Okay. We are in with Feedback Friday number whatever at this point, right? The numbers don't matter. What matters is that we're here joining together in prayer, in worship of faith, right? At least that's what I'll say. But first of all, let me get the big old at everyone, because I know all of you want to know it's your favorite streamer, your favorite stream, your chance to showcase yourself, right? All right, let me edit it. Feedback Friday has commenced. Post your track and hashtag feedback to get it reviewed on stream. Yo, what up, Sesh Beats? What up, Say K Call? Still not sure about that one. And the Flood. What up, fam? Just chilling here, commencing the feedback. I'm working on some cool stuff myself. Your names. Yes, you can send a song of yours if you join the server. Right, and just 1 minute, I'm gonna get another little invite in case this one doesn't work, original doesn't work. And also to say to submit for feedback, post, join the Discord, and post your track and hashtag feedback. There you go. Pin the message. Yeah. So just join the Discord. It's a nice little community where we hang out and have a great time. Okay. Yeah, so you can send it, just got to join the Discord because YouTube doesn't like links, and it's probably the best way to send them. Discord. Should happen in the voice chat as well. That could be big, I think. Okay, but anyways, not wasting any more time here, saucing up the burrito off the camera, right? Which is essential for a good feedback stream. We're starting off with Tanark. I already have it open, surprise. Glad this happens when you had to work. I'm glad too, because I do it just for you. Okay, ID, Tanark. Let me make sure my audio is good. Also, let me just close Ableton because it's being a little goofy, a little wacky, a little slow even with this stuff. Okay. Wait a minute. It's good, people. Okay. My headphones are not just playing in one ear, they're playing in both ears. Send it. Send anything you got that you want to review. I do ask, though, that you keep it to one submission per dude, because I don't like to have 5-hour streams. I get a little sleepy. And also, just so that's fair to everyone. You know? Okay. So I think we're good. I think audio's working. Yes, okay. Tanark, let's go. Liking the spooky vibes on the intro. Maybe sounds a bit harsh, just in that kind of mid-ish high range, more in the mid side. So just watch that frequency. It sounds somewhat resonant. Slightly further back. A bit more pitch riser, I would say. Pitch riser is always good. Spooky. Oh shit, yeah. Okay, yeah, like it. The beat sounds super. Yes, output too high. Okay, so what I was saying, I think the atmosphere is a bit too loud compared to the synthesis. The spooky vocals and how they introduce it keeps it interesting, keeps it tense, as well as except I would like a bit more transition right here, as well as maybe some more kind of pitch riser action, and or something a bit more adding. There you go. This is really hard. This is better. To summarize, okay? Yeah, like how it's building up here, like this transition here. I was saying in the beginning, if you caught that. I'm gonna take back what I said with that little intro part. But yeah, we'd just like a bit more transition sound and a bit more stuff really coming out for this. Yeah. Build up is good, like a bit more clarity and the vocal drop. Really like that quarter note with that cool rhythm on top. Really liking the sound design on this one. But yeah, and you definitely got the clipping under control on the previous tracks. Which, respect. And the drums are still slapping, the whole thing's slapping and plenty loud, but that clipping is that's present. Oh, really like that sound design. Cool way to transition out with the pitch bend. Again, though, I would like to see more kind of transitions, right? Like, you know, just slight things like little pitch bends here and there, more variations in the flow. I mean, you might want to keep the quarter notes just for that kind of energy of the quarter notes, right? But, you know, experiment. Also, if not the quarter notes, the variation in that. I would say like the tonality I'd like to hear. Because more or less, it's just, feel like I really like what you did here. You really switched it up for that last bar. I would like to hear more of that throughout. But I really like the bass for the sound design. Shouldn't be too hard to add some variations. And like, yeah, it's just nice to have variations, not just to keep it interesting, right? But it adds a sense of tension, right? It adds like almost like climactic feel, like, oh, it's like it already goes hard, then all of a sudden it switches up and goes even harder. You know, just like reamps that energy. So that's the biggest thing. Really liking the mix down for this. Super clean and loud, but not clippy. Again, with this right here, it's got my only clip. And yeah, this intro gets the job done, but you could go ham on it if you see fit. Right, but yeah, really dig this track. One of my favorite heroes yet. So big ups to that. Give Tanark a follow if you fuck with the vibes. Right, so I'm gonna make it out. I'm squinting hard. Looks like some type of Grim Reaper figure. I know that much, right? Spoilers, sorry. Alright, but Italy up next with the Meteor type beat. Of course, man. Thanks for the submission. So come here and chillin', you know the deal. Meteor V1 from the boy Avidity. Okay, wait. Sorry. Okay. Let me start this over. But yeah, this section is cool and interesting. Spooky, sets the atmosphere well. Very spacey. This snare though, sounding pretty harsh in that mid-high range. And also generally just loud compared to the kick, I would say. Really digging the atmosphere laying down. That rhythmicness all building up. I think a cool little, slight more kind of riser effect, like hearing a bit of kind of a reverse reverb effect. I would like to hear even more of that. Yes, gang's in the chat. So this appears to be some kind of drop, right? An OTT noise trick. So I think for the impact of this drop. What the hell? What? Okay. No problem. So what I'm hearing, this drop, right? I feel like I should hear more contrast between the kind of build up and the drop, right? Because it doesn't sound very satisfying to me. You know, it's definitely satisfying when like that beat really kicks in. I think something you could maybe do is maybe leave the beat out in the beginning, right, and lay it in, or have at least different drums. Maybe use like a break sample to differentiate it, and just like I think a bit denser sound design. Yeah, I would just have this part a bit less dense and just save some elements for that payoff of the kind of drop. Really digging the atmosphere and sound design you have going, for sure though. You have a lot of bass hits doing crazy stuff, which I like, but I would like to hear a bass hit in the beginning, you know, since that's the biggest payoff part of the song, you know, or if you're trying to have some type of fake out feel, I would make that very clear with the arrangement. Stuff, I would say. This is very subjective, but something like generally that makes a song like really strong, right? I'm definitely getting like the atmospheric vibe, and sometimes it doesn't necessarily mix with or apply to the like advice I'm about to give. But like I think generally it's good to have a piece of your song, right, that like the listener can, well, not just follow, but that like is catchy in a way. You know, if someone's like, bro, play that song that goes, you know, you want something like that, not because you need people to ask, oh, bro, play that song that goes, because that's what makes it memorable. You know what I mean? Like so many, yeah. Of course, that's very abstract, right? I'm digging the atmosphere. Definitely got that deep vibe with a bit of sound design. That's just something to take note. And honestly, I don't know if this track needs it. I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out. Yeah, definitely trance X'd up vibes. Very nicely executed. So one thing to note, yeah, I like this transition now. Cool. Lots of cool use of samples and sound design to add motion to the track. Yeah, the bass sounds definitely aren't in front of the mix, but I think that's more or less the point, you know, because in the deeper kind of styles, you don't want the bass to be too overwhelming in part. In comparison to sub, you kind of want it to be as fun. I mean, if you do want your bass sounds louder, probably just bring them within the mix, but kind of dig in like the subduedness of it. This kind of ride sample sounds super dry though. I would mess with the velocity a bit and we'll get a good sample. Hear a nice riff in here. Yeah, just watch your sub levels. Just make sure everything is more or less as loud in the front as it can get without impeding on the other elements, you know? Because even if you're going through that kind of subdued, subby feel, I think there is some room. I feel like this kind of arpiness kind of came out of nowhere. I hear a lot of good ideas and cool sound design. For sure, if that's your intention, you know, bring the basses up, as well as have some more like just kind of catchy, flowy riffs that you can really, what's the word? Really just catch on to. Could have low passed that synth or had some type of bit more of a transition sound, I think. Introduce that. Subway for sure on point. The vibe and atmosphere. Absolutely. Just absolutely. See, the same applies to this art, but it's a cool sound, but kind of hard to follow in a way. Right. And of course, all this is subjective, and you know your own vision, so take all with a grain of salt. Really sick work. Just make sure you know the direction you want to take it and be concise in that. Alright, some of my feedback might apply, some might not, but that's lucid ability, right? Give them a follow if you fuck with the deep, trancy, whatever vibes. Alright, up next, Check.it from The District Mind. Let's roll. Not finished, but run it. Already seeing a lot of space in the waveform, which isn't common. Welcome, Brendan Shatley. So, I mean, basically, around every 4 or 8 bars, most listeners would expect a change to happen, you know, some type of development. And, you know, it does get there, but I think I would like to hear it a bit more dramatic, right? And as is, it's very sparse. You can definitely add atmospheric sounds, right? A pad, bass, like just subtle bass, right? Little counter melody, chords, you know, all that type of stuff. I am aware. The Brendan Shatley / Professor. Okay. Hold up. I like to at least hear a bit of subtle tension build up. At least through the arrangement. Yeah, and that was sick how. Really like how you had that strong riff in the beginning, and then this is sick. Yeah, probably your best work. Yeah, that's really solid. You know, you start off with a kind of riff with some like synthy sound design, right? Which could be filled up a bit more, but you know, just experiment with that. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just it's sound a bit more atmospheric, I would think. Yeah, really like the sound design here. The drums though, so it sounded like you kind of had like some acoustic style samples. The snare is pretty good. The kick is also pretty good, but since it's acoustic, you hear kind of that like reverby tail. So I would either use a different kick sample or just cut off some of that end of that tail so it's not so kind of boomy, echoey. Then you have a little AABA structure. Can repeat it. Then bring it back. Fat. This is fat. If you really want, I don't think it needs it, but you can have a little break, kind of build up thing, bring it to the second half. That can give your song a bit more length too, if you're about that. Have a bit of fills in there too. Just like add a bit of tension into the like arrangement itself, the drop itself. Fat riffs and sound design. I felt like that little piano-y thing kind of faded in weird. I'd have some kind of transition sound there, maybe with a bit of an impact. Definitely have some like dubby sound effects, percussion, echoed out stuff. Could definitely fit in this part. And then easily like at around this point or whatever, you can transition it back into another drop. Yeah. Solid stuff. Really like how you laid out the riff and then had it paid off quite satisfyingly with the gnarly sound design. Dug what you did. Erosion going hard. But yeah, wait, let me specifically send District Mind. Right. Give District Mind a follow if you're about it. And I think if you know this channel, you know the vibes, you should be about it. The Shamer video. Let's go. Okay, Shamer with the video. I don't even know what's going on. Is this you? Did you do this? Hassan Lily Pichu song flip. Let's actually turn it up. That's pretty important. Stock footage. Wait, let me run it back. See, one thing is, it sounds like you almost have like kind of de-esser on it, right? Which is making it duck quite heavily when she hitting that S, right? So watch your kind of pressure settings. I'm hearing a bit of kind of ducking and or side chain. Not you. Yeah, I was like, you wearing a lipstick, bro? Do you think? Sidechain pretty dramatic. And another thing is, I think that could have maybe had a bit of like scratchy effects rather than just the sample, right? Or kind of crossfaded it into the sample at least, you know, like a tape stop kind of effect. You know. I would definitely have a bit more kind of action building up here. I like how you mess with the sample, but I would like to hear even more of that maybe, and some more stuff kind of low passing in to build that tension. And kick definitely sounds a little bit clippy as well as sidechain pretty deep. This is lovely. Yeah, I'd say sidechain's my biggest clip. Super deep, heavy. Also, see, like, I like your bass line a lot of parts, but some of the notes and kind of like, oh, it's over. I like that. But some of the notes in there, I mean, you'll probably be able to hear which ones. They sound less bassliney and more melody, which just feels kind of weird to me. You know what I mean? You can also maybe chop up the sample a bit more, like or something like that, or like sign or song, whatever she says. You know, just have a bit more of that sample manipulation and coolness. You know, like you like Yeti, do it a bit of Yeti style. You know, get a vocal chop from her, get a one shot, and then you know, like exactly like that, exact melody. Hope you got that. I'm not doing it again. I like the progression in the original song, that 2-5-1 kind of hit. See, look, like that note kind of hits a bit weird. And I would expect it to hit bam, 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 bam. You see? Dun, 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 those dun, dun notes are kind of sus to me. Yeah, definitely watch that sidechain. A lot of the times I leave my vocals out of the sidechain because, you know, it gets super transparent as to like how hard it's ducking, as well as, you know, it kind of cuts out some syllables and whatnot, which might, you know, you want to hear the vocal. I like that little arpiness. Not sure how much is the sample versus whatever, but yeah, sounds really nice. I dig it. And yeah, just more chopping, more craziness for sure. Can add a bit more stuff coming up in this build and get that sidechain under control. Super sussy for sure. Great delay. Digging the video as well. I wonder how this person is doing right now, because you know they're real. Promise. Yeah, right. Gonna link your YouTube, I guess. All right, subscribe to Shamer. Next Bunting tutorials win. Yeah, I really like how it did it so far. The sound design of the bass is gnarly. Mix sounds pretty good too. Let me double check that. Yeah, just watch some of the notes on the bass, and maybe you can have a bit more like cool melodies and yeah, chops and sparkliness even more present to make it beautiful and cool, right? But up next, they're a stock person, they're fake. They have a watermark on them in real. All right, Flood with the splash chord. Mixed down pretty quiet with some huge transients sticking out, so be careful of that. Cool intro, crazy effects, crazy processing. Good stuff, could have it a bit louder. And really like the melody, the sound design, very beautiful. Sound effects are very cool and dynamic and building up nice tension. Yeah. Solid. Yeah, really cool sounds. Gross. That bass sounds kind of harsh in the nasally-ish range, like the mid-ish high range. So watch that. That one. Another thing is, I feel like the drop, it was already smooth as hell, right? But I feel like it would be a bit smoother if more or less you just continued the melody, right, or developed it, right? I feel like the melody kind of loses a lot of its power and becomes more of like a background element, you know? When I was really liking that melody you had, I would have liked to see it develop further rather than kind of space out, which is a development, right? But I feel like that's more of, like in the sonata terms, of development, you know? It's kind of like a B section, when really I feel like this should be like your strongest section, your kind of A section, you know what I mean? And maybe you can have the more sparse notes hitting on another synth that adds in, but I would really like to hear that melody going through. But in the end, trust your own vision. Oh shit. Trip Street. Guest appearance. Trip sheet tutorial when? Thanks for tuning in, man. I was really surprised to hear you watching my tunes. Watching my videos. Alright, you check out the tunes though? Alright, Trip Street. Where's your work in progress? You gotta send it in for feedback. Yeah. I really like... So watch the nasally kind of frequencies on the bass. I do like it how it developed through the drop even, with that bass coming a bit more up front. And maybe since the bass is so up front, I would kind of be less dramatic on the kind of band passiness, EQ stuff. Operator for the water sounds. You're nuts. like that transition out. Was a smooth transition into this kind of chordy section. Yeah, you can definitely send in whips of any kind. Nice delay on that bass, like the stereo effect. Pretty cool. I think it could be cool if you have that kind of, that resonance of the bass shift over time. You know, jaw harp style. Atia type track. Not too familiar with them. I see a lot of people talking about them in the comments, so Atia video soon. Yeah. Solid track. I feel like this section might be considered a bit long by some because it's almost kind of a minute long before it drops back in. Or with not a whole lot happening. I liked it, but you just want to keep that in mind. You might be able to achieve a similar effect in a short amount of time. Right, but you know your vision. And this is a killer track already, so use at your own discretion. That's the word. Oh shit. Trip Street. Sending the whip on Twitter. My goodness. Kank stalking my FBI agent. Alright. Because it's Twitch. I literally can't even say it if I wanted to. Trip Street, right? I'm gonna skip right ahead to him because he's a big guy, I think. He's pretty big. And yeah, I'm sure the stream will dig that, so checking the Twitter messages. Solid stuff, man. Oh shit. Trip Street ID. Don't steal it, guys. Peace out to Narc. Thanks for tuning in despite your time zone. Or whatever's going on with that. I'll allow it. I'm not even following Trip Street. Exposed. Oh shit. Already coming in. Panny going crazy. No. Stuff comes in right when it should. More development. Little vocal coming in. You know, developing really nicely from the beginning. Like those chords, and I think everything has pretty much its own kind of clean frequency space to chill in. And there's even call and response action from the very start, which is strong. I would maybe like to hear a bit more kind of like tension and maybe even more development, just like on here up to here. I mean, I haven't heard the full context yet. Damn. I don't like slamming risers and everything, but there's definitely subtle ways. Bassline slapping, drums super clean. See, not certain, don't quote me on this, but I feel like the sub bass might be a bit too loud. Quote me on it. Those subtle vocals plus that reverbiness. So Joe's up on the shoulder now, if you can spot him. He just went up there on his own accord. Really dig the drum work. The bass coming in quite nicely. Ooh. A little bit of that bass work coming in. One thing though, I would definitely like to hear a bit more development throughout this sample. You know, because it's more or less the same loop with just subtle variations, right? Which is cool, but I'm always one for excess. I really like to hear things morph and just develop over time, which can, well, not only add just like interest to it, right? It's definitely vibey enough you can get away with just loop, but you know, I'm always one for adding extra interest. Plus it adds like tension and yeah, just like always what's next. Oh damn, brought it back real quick. Bass going gnarly. Yeah. See, what one thing though is I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this like kind of bassy part, well, haven't heard the whole thing yet, would be like a big payoff for people, you know, because, you know, everyone's a bass fiend, right? Sound design fiends. So I feel like maybe, you never hear me say extend it, but I'm saying maybe extend that build up just a bit, right? To really build up that hype and tension so people get that crazy bassiness and their faciness. Of course, all is subjective. Trust your vision. They really work the basses underneath this melody nicely, and it sounded hella clean as well. They're both like in the sound design and the flows and mix down. Clean. It gets a bit dynamic at times, which you could say is like, oh, so basically some parts are popping out. But let's just call it dynamic, right? Adds more interest, I think. Solid stuff. Really digging that groove. Like that transition out of it. A little bit of Foley work. Oh yes, the 3-3-3. I feel like you can definitely, I think what might be cool is like, so it's almost like you have a bass, like a bass line plus, you know, your sample plus your band or whatever. I feel really sick if there is like some type of drum, I mean not drum and bass, but you know what I mean, like the drums and the bass really just get to have their own say and just really get groovy, like treat it almost like a bass solo, you know what I mean? Like I think like definitely some similarities with an actual bass solo. That's my little idea. You know, it just has a bit more tension mid-drop and then it goes crazy. Just the bass and drums, just gets much more in the pocket with the rhythm and all that funkiness. Could be sick. It's my little idea. My little brain be thinking sometimes. I admit it. I got thoughts. Definitely has a sunset vibe. that's for sure. Also, something that might be cool, here's just another idea, again, all subjective, right? Is like, I'm not sure how much of this is a sample. Well, either way, I think you can almost sample out this part, right? Your kind of intro part or your main loop that you're kind of developing, right? And you could even like chop it up, you know, do some crazy, whatever, chopped and screwed, whatever you want to call it, right? But, you know, flipping your own samples could be really cool, and I think that could be just crazy and kind of unexpected, unique, creative, whatever adjectives. I don't know, just throwing out ideas, already super clean as is. Like I said, people get hype over bass, so maybe just have a bit more time before you give it to them. Just keep teasing it. And just like a bit more development with the kind of melody, especially in this part. That's just me. Sub definitely loud. I'm not sure if too loud. I'd have to get surgical with the spans and spectrum to know. But yeah, clean as hell. I mean, do I gotta say it? Follow Trip Street. Thanks, man. Really, thanks for tuning in. Means a lot. Seeing a goat like you dropping by. And sharing an unreleased. Like, wow. Big guy, talented guy looking for me for some little words, some magic words, whatever that means. But yeah, thanks, man. Really appreciate that. All right, Trip Street in the Discord when? No. If you want, hop in the Discord. Solid stuff. All right, Young Fetus though. New submission. Thanks again, Trip Street. Shout out to Trip Street for swinging by. No deal. Young Fetus with Gang Stalking, my Fabi agent. Don't know if Fabi is. I don't know if they're nice. I don't know what to think about them. Shout out Andrew Crawford for being patient with the surprise guest appearance of the Trip Street. Damn. Already laying down some wonky atmospheres. One thing though, I would like to hear. See, I get the kind of like tension you're kind of adding with the kick, but I feel like without much other rhythmic context, it makes it kind of hard to feel that. As well as I think you can have just a bit more, slightly more tension and just development in this arrangement. You feel just building up to this gang stalking type beat. Kick definitely fat. Might be a bit too fat for the intro though. Jesus. You could definitely tease that bass a bit with how insane you just dropped it on him out of nowhere. But again, that could also be its effect of its own. Happy 808s, eh? Great call and response. I feel like the auto pan is slightly excessive. A bit of auto pan is okay, but I feel like a bit too much. I definitely do want a bit of mono presence, you know, making it have one pans and one low pass. Take off a bit of the attack off the kick as well for the beginning. Right. I definitely want a mono signal. You know, you can have a bit of stereo panning, but you know, turn the amount down. I like a bit of mono as well. You definitely have a riff here. Kind of gritty, but I can make it out. And yeah, definitely have some call and response action, which you're top grade in my book. So around this way through the drop, I would expect a bit more variation. You know, halfway through, either vary up the sounds a lot, you can bring it out into another break to add more tension, right? But I feel like your riff in the beginning was a bit stronger, you know, as well as just it goes on with kind of similar sounds, similar flows. It just kind of, you know, audience wants something different, you know, something fresh, something new. Yeah, auto pan and parallel. Okay. Yeah, that's also a good way to do it. Both are cool, both will probably give you slightly different results. See which one you like. Definitely would have a bit more in this part. I like what you have going, but as you see, the kicks are they stick out very much. I don't know. Not terrible by any means. Not even bad, but I just feel like I would like a bit more fullness in this section. Just a bit more echoey, crazy perk, crazy atmospheres. Definitely just slam everything with echo and reverb, and there you go. Thick atmosphere. Filled up beautifully. Yeah, for sure could have like some risers, you know, bit of white noise riser happening sooner, as well as maybe pitch riser, as well as, you know, maybe just more tension in the drums introducing sooner. You know, if you save all your drum build for the last like bar or whatever, people don't have much time to feel that tension, and therefore it can't build. It's got to build over time. It's like physics. Think about it. And that came in out of nowhere as well. Like, it was like very slow vibe. You know, it's cool to bring things out of nowhere, but I think a bit of expectation is where that satisfaction occurs. You know, there's nothing to be satisfied if you didn't expect anything. I think satisfaction is a factor, whatever that means to you. Reverse verb is definitely one way to do it. I would definitely at least hint towards this double time flow. I think that could really pay off, both for your song and for the listener. This part's definitely sick though. I feel like a bigger transition there before slowing down the speed, just in any type pre-drop type thing could pay off as well. And same thing applies here. You know, I feel like, well, for one, I feel like your bars, your drop might be at kind of like uneven-ish bars, right? Rather than like 16 or 32, it might be at like 48 or like something weird, or like 40. You know what I mean? Because I feel like I'm just seeing like, Jesus. I'm seeing like two 16-bar sections or two 8-bar sections, whatever, right here. And then you just have another on, which just kind of makes it flow weird for the listener on a subconscious level. And the other thing is, I feel like your drop is already said quite enough, and you could transition out into something else to bring more tension, bring another drop, bring it out, or whatever. See what I mean? Like, if you want to drag out your drop longer, for sure, just add much more variation in the sound design, you know? Because I think the sound design is much more obvious to pick up than the flow of it. You know, especially when the sound design is so gritty, it's kind of not super easy to make out the flow, which isn't a bad thing. Just be mindful of it. Yeah. You slew the beat. Young Fetus official. Fresh submitter to the stream. Welcome. Thanks for the submission. Okay. Xenon Dream. Love it. Got 2 black and white in a row. Wow, killing it with these cover arts. I like that guy. This guy's cool. Cool flower. Cool stuff all around. Okay. Wubbit by Xenon Dream. Let's freaking go. Yeah. I think a harmonic layer would definitely do you well. Harmonic layers are the sauce. There you go. New beat right there. Chopping it up. It sounds sick though. Reversed. Whatever instrument this is. Insanity. Might have even took his intro, sampled it out, reversed it. Oh. This is killer. Halfway through when this beat drops, so like a bit more development. I like the hats, they're super interesting. Just one more little thing. To go through this build. Build super smooth. You're killing it. Good riser effects. Create the sound design. Come on, bro. Have mercy. That flow, nasty. That like ghost kicky sidechain duck. Ugh. It's okay. Little Snake sign Flying Lotus, so this is officially Flying Lotus vibes. Or Flying Lotus sign Little Snake. Which one is it? Something like that. I think the kick could have a bit more low-endiness on it. Really like how you switch it up with the flows, right? I think if you're feeling really crazy, you can have that kind of sample chop, like work into your drop as like a call, a response, or a fill, or something like that. Could use box. If you're down, doing some cool box. What else? I would have liked to hear the sound design vary a bit more sooner, as well as the flows, you know, because I like the variations you had, but I would have just liked to hear them sooner, you know, every 4 or 8 or 16 bars. You know the deal. Just more variations, more often. And with how long your drop is, you can probably, you know, have a break with another build into another drop and really switch that out, make it cool, make it sweet, right? This is already insane, sound design, flow, immaculate, but you know what I mean. Also, feel free to tease your bass and your build up a bit if you're insane. Always available as an option. Right. Right. Yeah, solid stuff. I definitely love it. Right? You get it? No, it wasn't very original. Did I? Okay. What is popping, everyone? Thanks again for tuning into the stream. It's the world with you watching. And make sure you submit your bangers, because I love to hear them. The stream loves to hear them. And you might get some cool ideas. That's the point of it. It's kind of crazy. But give them a follow. Xenon Dream, ladies and gentlemen. Crowd work. Don't know how to make it less repetitive. So this is crazy. But so when you repeat it, just don't do that. Repeat it less. No, I'm fucking. Wub's popping. I will think. Definitely Radiance vibes. These chords are nice. This melody nice. I like this little perk loop coming up. Bit of riser effect. Yep, nice. Groovy. Groove and vibes on point. So one thing in this little break here, I would like to hear a bit of a pickup, right before the beat drops. Just a little pickup from that chord or whatever. Something like that. And as per more repetitions, I think I heard a bit of subtle melodic variations, which are always nice. Which are nice, right? But as well, you can have other melodies layering, right? Dan, 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 dan. You get what I mean? Get a guy on horns. Get a dude on guitar, on sax. You feel me? I feel like that's your best bet. Another thing is for this development, you don't need to repeat the same loop. You can have a similar-ish progression. You can reharmonize it. Look up reharmonization. But a lot of times there are kind of contrasting chord progressions that have a similar vibe, but almost develop it, It's like, oh, it's telling one story, now there's another part of the story, right? It's still the same story, but yeah, you can definitely have some gnarly solo. I can hear a vocalist on this, definitely. Make a build and full send a drop. Yeah, Pluck could definitely be using this beat. Oh, yeah, pluckiness in the bass. Bring up that bass. Get some. Guitar solo, anything solo would go hard over this. Yeah, and then you could ban, 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 ban. That could be like contrasting progression type thing. More harmonies. The vibe is huge and it's there. Honestly, I don't even mind all the repetition because vibes, simply put. Into this little end section, pretty much the same stuff applies. pick sound's a little soft-lipped when it's played on its own. Fire bass fills, for sure. You can really go full sound with that. Not sure if that's the vibe, but you know, it's worth experimenting with. And you can also, you know, take the philosophy of bass fills and call and response into any track. You know, it doesn't just have to be bass. You know, you can add some cool like little percussion fills, mitts for some more interest and sauce. You can definitely add little sound effects, like you already have your kind of pretty vocal in the background. More stuff like that, more present, more sauce, more finesse, right? Whatever other adjective you can think of, add that in sound form, okay? It should be very simple, two-step solution using my buntingmusic.com sample pack. No, I'm messing. But yeah, I think that should hopefully give you some ideas, right? Especially the counter melody stuff. I think that's the biggest thing, as well as having some type of contrasting chord progression. You feel me? Melody on point though. Absolutely. Profile pic on point. I like the cat. I'm gonna save the cat as a picture and make it my desktop. Yeah, thanks for the submission. R question mark. R question mark. That's how it's pronounced. Told me. You can also switch up the sound design on the main flute and chords if you're into that, and add some little filtering for cool transitions and other cool stuff. But who is this? Who is that? I mean, exist, but who is that? Don't know. Whipping through the streets. You know I spit bars, I spit heat. Gotta. This is vibey. Definitely very quiet, especially compared to this brick of a drop you have going here. So you can probably just turn that volume straight up, honestly. And around halfway through, once it repeats once, you know, you can definitely add a little something here. You feel me? You know, just add, you know, I would say every 4 or 8 bars, you'll want to hear something more, and it's perfect time to introduce more musicality and interest and sauce to the track. All right, here's a rat though. Here's a little rat guy. Oh, he's so sweet. I love him. Let's see the rat. See, I was liking the harmonic rhythm, and that means basically like the rate at which your chord changes, right? I would have just, I think more development would make up for that interest, right? Lost from not speeding up the harmonic rhythm, if that makes any sense. Joe loves it. All right. Yeah, bass definitely loud as hell. What's his name? Joe. It's Joe. He's a rat. He's a little rat. But you know, I think you'd have more kind of tension like stuff introducing a bit sooner beyond this riser right at the very end. And the kind of filtering. Also, yeah, just more development. I would have liked to hear you keep that chord rhythm and then just, you know, develop things in other ways, like just adding stuff. Bass definitely came in out of nowhere. The stuff I mentioned could help with that. Sounds kind of out of key though, because if it's going that din 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 is the note that the song resolves on. That's where you're going to end the song, right? And that means it's the root note of the song and the root note of your key, the tonic, so-called. Which means that's pretty much where you want your bass hitting, around there and just playing around, resolving to that. right? I would like to hear your bass follow that, well, that note more and just the chord progression more, because it sounds like it comes out on a weird note. And you could definitely have a bit of kind of bass teasing a bit earlier. And not so much silence. You can definitely have some type of call, response, slash fill bass. Just a little something there, add a little variation to your sound design. Sounds like you have 2 subs going at once, which is a no-no. Only want 1 sub going or else it ain't gonna play right. Best 5 rappers of all time. Don't listen to enough rap to say that, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This A is a bit dry as well. Yeah, just definitely a bit more tension here, and make sure those subnotes are on point as well as the mix down. You can really just get the volumes a bit closer and pretty much be fine, right? Another note. Not a huge fan of the snare. It's my right snare, but I'll just switch out the sample. Why are there multiple die lands? Why am I not invited? Okay, do you want to name the die land? Or die line? There's the rat. Yeah. Groove and flow is fire. Would like to hear it a bit more defined though, and a bit more repetitive. Just a strong riff that's really memorable when people say, "Oh, how's that song go?" It goes, wah, 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 you know. And the vocals definitely a bit dry, and I would like to hear a bit more flow and sound design variation overall. Bring the drums up a bit more too, I'd say. You know, a solid start for a track. I'd definitely like to see some more tension introduced here and more variations throughout the drop. That's the main theme of the business, right? But yeah, sound design gnarly as fuck. That's for sure. And riffs slapping as well. Thanks for the submission from the boy Exist, one of the first homies on board, I believe. Sound design gnarly as hell though. Alright, rat break. Need a break for the rat. Here we go. Rat. Rat. He's very polite. He has big nuts. That's my favorite part. But I just like him. He's fun to hang out with. He loves treats. He's just like me. He loves neuro basses. He loves sound design. Watches all my videos. He's my biggest supporter. He actually makes the videos, okay? It's not me. It's the rat, okay? And a quick note, right, just because I'm a sellout and I might as well give myself a little shout out. If you go to the link below, buntingmusic.com, there's plenty of free samples, right? Free sample packs, free presets, as well as, if you want to support me, there's some paid packs and whatnot of anything you could desire, as well as you can book me for a lesson if you want to further realize your feedback or you have any one-on-one stuff. Male rats are chill. See, he knows what's up. The female rats are hyperactive, running around. Male rats are chill. Rats truly are the best little buddies. I definitely agree with you on that. See, you guys know what's up, to say the least. But let's see if Blotter knows what's up. I'm sure if he's submitting to the stream, he does. Giving him a follow. I'm very polite, like Joe. Joe told me to. Like that melodic bass. Okay. fellow rat owner. I feel like the sound design, or like the way you EQ this, is kind of thin. I feel like you could layer this ARP with like an octave lower. You know, stick to the basic shapes. You know, make sure it has a bit of layers on it. Like the chord though, I think you can bring those levels a bit closer. The ARP sounds a bit loud compared to that chordy pad thing, right? Which makes them sound like they're kind of sitting on top of each other rather than very cohesive and making a big warm pillow for beats. If you shave your cats, yes, cats are basically rats. Think about it. And you could definitely have this intro going twice as long as you're developing it, right? Right, and I would like to see a bit more kind of transition. You can at least add like some type of sweep into an impact or transition sound right here for this build. Also, filtering is great for transitions, you know, high pass, low pass filters. Like what you did for the build though. This rise is cool. Panning's a bit excessive, like how it's rising with the rhythm as well. Okay. Yeah, that build-up was solid. I definitely would have liked to hear. You could probably have the intro a bit longer and a bit more developed before you transition into the drop with a clean transition sound. Yeah, let that intro ride a bit. Very quick. You know, like, it's okay to have a little quick intro, but definitely make it sound smooth, you know. It almost sounds rushed as is. You know, especially with the transition between that and the build. I think what can also smooth out that transition is if you know, keep it the same frequency and then pitch it up so it's not as like, oh, build time, you know. Talking about that arc. Bring up that vocal though. Crazy. Fat wub. Like the flow. Drum beat's a bit sparse. I think it'll groove a bit better if you go like boo ka boo ka boo ka boo boo ka. Just a bit more kicks in there could help that groove, and or like percussioniness. Flow is very up in the air in terms of the drums, right? Because the sparsity is had, so just the drums overall. But if that's your intention, just make sure to nail it. Also, I'm sounding like I'm hearing a bit excessive on the reverbiness for your wubs. And also, you might want to only have the reverb on the kind of mid-highs, right? Putting reverb on the low end is dangerous territory, can make it super muddy, as well as the mids for that matter, right? But yeah, watch that, get a dedicated sub if you must, or I should. Alright, this just in, I spotted you liking your own track. So, alright, next up, no, I'm kidding. If you don't admit to liking your track, you are. I'm not a huge fan of the snare sample either. I'll just switch it out for buntingmusics.com sample pack. Already know. Alright, let's Google it. Don't Google it, it's a scam. Yeah. So I hear a lot of people, they switch up the flow, you know? But a lot of time I feel like when the flow switches up, a lot of time it's weaker than the original flow, right? Whereas I think the track would benefit more rather than a flow switch from just a sound design switch with more or less the same flow. Also, I would like to hear those sound effects do a bit of different stuff, because pretty much doing the same, you know, you could definitely automate the stuff differently or reverse it if it's a sample. You know, add a bit more variation. No big deal on the sound effects especially. Also, you can have a bit more kind of call and response. There's definitely a bit of call and response in here. Call, But in this part, I feel like it's less strong. No. Another thing is, I feel like you can have your transition sounds happen a bit sooner, you know, to build up that expectation before dropping it back to that break. See, here's the thing. I feel like your drum pattern here has more energy than your drop. You know, just keep in mind. Yeah, and I'll definitely at least have the break a little bit different from the intro. Tandem very similar, which I like to side in variation. Definitely have a little riser type effect, the fake out drop with another pre-drop even. Yeah, Wob definitely sounds a bit buried. I think it's that excess reverb probably. Just watch the processing. For these kind of harmonic wubs, you don't need a whole lot of processing. Basically none, because it's just only like 1 or 2 sine waves basically, and processing can just make that unclear. Also, watch the auto panning, a bit excessive. Just give it a meltdown, keep it an auto signal or whatever. Sound design variation. Make sure the rhythm variations are satisfying, and you know the deal. Solid stuff. Definitely passes the vibration check. Yeah. Yeah, also for sure keep your sub mono, period. Right? You can move around your mid basses, but that sub gotta be mono or else it ain't gonna play right. Just ain't. Right. That's Blotter Beats, a new submitter, I believe, right? So welcome to the stream, welcome to the Discord, right? Gnarly profile pic. Glad to have you here. Thanks for the banger submission. I don't know what else to say. Big up. All right, bass guys love to say that, right? Am I fitting in? Hope so. Oxygenes, new submitter. Let's go. Goofy, squealy sound design. Love those perks with that guitar, plucked string type instrument. Not sure what it is. Sitar. Already laying down that groove in the rhythm from the beginning. Love that little variation type fill thing with the thing. Love this bass teasing. I would like to hear a bit more attention happening to the arrangement, not just the drums, because I was liking that drum groove. I felt like it was kind of interrupted by the kicks. Yeah, I'm thinking about starting some with the beat battle type thing for viewers. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Let me see a bit more in the arrangement, building up besides just the drums, you know, more sound effects. You can have all your pre-existing arrangement be pitching up, be building up rhythmically, you know the deal. So I'm hearing a bit of, I just feel like the bass is hitting kind of thin. You can definitely have a bit more kind of distortion and OTT on it. It was just not as satisfying as I would like it to be. Although fat, we got it. make your little fills. Just make sure all your bases are nicely restorative, no TT or saturated. I felt like that Beam didn't quite hit as hard as the rest of the bases. And if you want to hit as harder, I think a lot of volume is needed now, as well as more mid-range kind of presence. Could have definitely transitioned it into a break on this one. Transition to a break, you know, before putting it back into more drop. Give it a refresher, mix out section, build more tension. I like that little pitch bend. Like that cool layering. Release on this synth kind of weird, but almost in a cool way. I admire that your break is not just your intro copy pasted. As for some nice development. Solid build. I love that bass teasing. Solid bass, kind of telephone-y sound. To be intentional, just watch that. So one thing I feel like there's almost too much variations. I feel like you can get like fatter, longer riffs out of each individual bass, rather than just kind of like wow. You know, I think you get fatter riffs out of individual basses, like that bass especially. You know, because I feel like some of your basses are just hitting fatter than others, and I'd like to hear more out of them, rather than having it switch up so often. I feel. For sure on point though, subjective, trust your own vision. But that's my ideas. And the other thing is like the straight kind of low, wow, like one bar, one sound. Another bar, another sound gets kind of predictable. While you want to keep it unpredictable and saucy, kind of fill type basses also could help with the flow of things. Nice. Intro, outro kind of abrupt, but yeah, definitely want it to be a bit easier to mix out if you want a DJ to play it. I mean, but yeah, a year-old track, so don't know where you are now. But yeah, good job. Nice work. Taking the vibes throughout. Give Oxygenes a follow, new submitter. Give him all the love, all the support, because he's been so good to us. I think he deserves it as a treat. Right? Shout out Joe for hopping up on my shoulder if you saw that. Can you see him? There he is. He's very polite though. I let him do it. He likes to hang out. And I just like him. Okay, we're back with not Oxygenes. He already had his time to shine, but J Root with the Gauntlet PFD. Not sure what that means, but I'm here for it. Dig that picture. Dig this, dig the logo, dig the sauce, and I'm giving you a follow back. Thanks, man. Thank you for the heater submission. No big deal.
Somewhere, somehow, they all got chewed up and spit back out. Don't you see what it's like in this deranged, wearing blender of a world?
Every day's an agonizing ordeal. You think I'm sick? Well, the only disease I've got is modern life.
Not a huge fan of that snare. Have maybe a bit of a pad. Pardon my lack of reaction, but this is fucking insane. I think the build-up could definitely go a bit harder, a bit more tension, a bit more pitch risiness, bit more drums. Drums rising up a bit more prominently, like more tension. Love the drums on this. The crash sound is becoming like a bit corny. The sound design flow, amazing. Those fills as well. This one doesn't just have the songs. This has like minimal sequences. It's all in that flow. Love the way you developed it with the melody on top. You tease it with the original opening riff.
I'm facing the ripping machine for one more day. One more day. One more day. One more day.
Mixed down clean too. I don't know in what specific way. Well, I mentioned a few things, but I feel like the build-ups could you probably use the most where it's really good in that hype. Really solid track. One thing though, I definitely do like the first drop a bit more than the second drop. Just keep that in mind. So, yeah, you went off like Jeez Louise. Whoever Jeez Louise is, you went off just like him, just like how he would. Yeah, I don't know. Got my eye on you because you're insane. You're mentally ill, need to be put in a hospital, need to be detained in a padded cell. Right, because making beats like that, something clearly ain't right. Man has seen some shit. Yeah, that's just crazy. Don't know what else to say. But Confidant, breaking the silence with Imperil, parentheses. Obvious. Yeah, that's weird. I've never seen that happen. Or OBS says that. Like, I've had it happen on YouTube, but not on OBS. Wait, Meta's used Louise? Bro. Could have just told me. You could trust me. Okay, we're back. Hope OBS didn't mess up. Sorry for that little delay. Back to the beginning with Confidant. Love you, Bunt. Love you, Confidant. Right, and to show my love, I will stop delaying your feedback. I know you're on the edge of your seat. I like this delay craziness with all these little cool sounds. Great tracks and they're related. I'm liking how you're building up this tension. I would like to hear a bit kind of like rhythmicness building up though. Like. I hear a bit of that. I would like to hear that a bit more up front though. I think that could do a lot for the drive. Alright, chill. Also, I feel like the atmosphere could be even a bit deeper, right? And a bit louder. You have a lot of like cool sparkly stuff, right? But I just want some meat, like atmospheric sample or pad. Like some reverby bass, just something in that territory. Something tonal maybe. And a bit more kind of tension introduced into this drop. Sound design and flow crazy. Love that wonky classic triangle sample, whatever that is. I feel like the squelchiness kind of lacks the fatness of that wub, so I maybe would have liked to hear it layered over the wub rather than on its own, right? But I don't know. I think it's solid as is. I just missing the fatness of the wub. I think it would maybe go harder in that sense. Damn. Run it back for me. Cool transition out. I feel like they could have been filtered in slightly more for that drop, right? Felt like they were kind of very washed out, right? Well, for a while, and I would have liked to hear them get a bit clearer in the mix for that little pre-drop tension. Just right before the drop, at least, you know what I mean? This sound design, I'm really digging this track. That part could have gone on longer and I wouldn't have complained, to say the least. No complaints. And this part as well. Yeah, you can definitely flesh these out to be their own things without as much of a break. And yeah, of course, have a full outro so it's easier to mix out of, you know, not so much energy at the end, not so much rhythm and sub and all that. You know. You know. Where's Jeff? Can you see him? He just likes to hang out at the top of the chair sometimes. But sometimes I like to hang out with him in my hands. Okay, so we compromise. Good night, Sesh Beats. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for your submission. I don't think I got to it yet. Or if you did submit. But thank you either way. Because you're the boss. New submissions. Solid. Just looking at all the boys who submitted. Some solid homies dropping tunes. per usual. Right, but let's not waste any time. Let's continue. Wait, did I give a shout out? Confidant? Okay, Confidant. Give him a freaking follow, because he deserves it. Up next is Wizard Stick. The great frog guy. I think it's from a game. Not familiar, though. I have to be educated. Cultured. Okay. Hashtag 140 is what I like to see. With the Street Fighter character, I believe. With the Wizard Stick profile picture. Let's go. Hello. This gives me like old school trancey vibes or something like that. Sounds like that hi-hat's almost like side chaining. I'd like to hear a bit more developed for the second half of this loop, even though it's super vibey already. Pretty insane, I must say. But one thing I want to note. Definitely would like to hear more development from bar to bar, right? As well as some more just tension moving towards this drop, right? You could even have like a dedicated build with how heavy it is, like contrasting. You want it to have that sonic boom effect, you need to have a bit more tension expectation. I like that feel before the drop. And another thing is the key. You have right, while I think it should be you know what I mean. I feel like that would be the root note of the song, which is oftentimes where you want your bass to work around. I think it would pay off a bit more satisfyingly if it was on that note rather than the lower one. Right, and if you want the whole thing lower, that's why you're putting the bass note lower, because you're like, all right, one deep bass, one heavy, nice, right? I would just transpose the samples and whatever synths you have in the intro down, right? Just make sure when you're writing out a key, you know what you're doing, and it just makes sense. Because it makes it even more like unexpected and kind of disorienting, which is cool, right? But I think satisfaction comes through that tension and satisfying and tripping expectation. Definitely not a big fan of the snare. It sounds super light for something going this hard. Would definitely like to hear a sound design variation in the second half. Just tweak a few knobs in the patch. Also, that part there got a bit squealy in the high end. Watch that with the EQ. Add some scoops here and there to help prevent such issues from occurring. The feel. What does you have to say on this issue? He pushed the mic over. He's fed up. Let's say it again. He's fed up. Doesn't want to talk to you guys. Another thing for the break, would have liked to hear it a bit more varied, a bit more development from the intro. And I think the drop overall could have more kind of color response. You know, it's just stuff like that. Also, you definitely have room for fills. I hear a bit of you know, like switching up that bass, kind of some fill action, but you can have even more. And definitely the sound design variations to go a long way. And getting that snare unlocked would really help the groove, because as is doesn't really give a satisfying drum groove. It's a weakness of the snare. If you want a heavy snare, go to buntingmusic.com for free sample packs. Or you can add drum bus, either or. There Joe goes. Did you see him? Do it again. Do it again for us, Phil. I think this is the right side. Do it again. Watch him. Watch him. There he goes. That's the best. And again, for the outro, I would like to hear a bit more development. Really just like write a continuation from the outro. The intro, and, you know, switch it up. You can switch up the progression a bit, switch up the voicing of the chords. And yeah, but for sure, I would add a bit more tension for the drop and get that note right and add a bit more variation, I think is the biggest thing. Sound design fat, wrist pretty fat. I think the flow could be a bit more distinct and catchy, right? But beyond that, solid, like where it's going. Give Wizard Stick a follow. First submission, give him a warm welcome, give him all of it. All of it. Right, Ben coming back. If I recall correctly, this in its previous version was Absolute Slapper. So I'm looking forward to hearing an Absolute Slapper in its more evolved form. Sounds like it's kind of like the vocal, it's like ducking the synth a bit on the limiter. This is lovely. Let me run it back. I feel like the auto filtering / volume is a bit excessive in the beginning to the point. So I like how you're filtering it in and having things develop. Another thing is, it sounds very harsh in that kind of range. If you were to look at that on EQ, it would hit about the same, right? And yeah, watch that on the EQ. It's definitely in the ouchy range in terms of, yeah, frequencies. So watch this in the EQ, especially with that filter kind of resonance coming. That's what it is. I think a bit more tension as well, having kind of drums rising up into the drop, and add some sauce. The strums, risers, all right from the tension. I think the down switches and the drops are a bit excessive. Aren't really doing a whole lot, and I'm kind of hitting some harsh frequencies as well. If you really want them, have them definitely a bit quieter. Yeah, really taking up a lot of the clarity in the mix, I would say. Sweep's definitely too loud and might not even be necessary, I don't think. Also, I think the you can have a bit more kind of subtle distortion to your kind of lead bass type thing, right? As well as a bit more OTT, right? Gonna go work on the track. Appreciate the feedback. Thanks for tuning in, man. Glad you felt inspired. That's what it's about. Yeah, I definitely could hear a bit more fills in this, and just fatness in that main bass. Definitely benefit from. Sub also might sound a bit loud, but that just might be because the mids and highs aren't popping on the bass like they should. Also on the vocal, I feel like you could vary the melody a bit more. Once again, some pretty harsh frequencies here. Watch this with the EQ, especially on that part where it first comes out of the drop. And you could maybe change the harmonic the bass is hitting for the second drop. There's more variations. More variations in the flow and the progression and the melody. More arpiness, more chordiness, more synthiness, synth stacking up. You know, just develop the arrangement of it, get that bass a bit fatter, add a bit more tension throughout, and got a solid track in your hands. Already is pretty solid as is. Just definitely with the variation especially. Yeah, I could definitely use an outro as well. Drums are pretty good. I would definitely like something with a little more mid than a clap though. I don't know, maybe it's just that clap. It's super high endy along with the rest of the mix. So watch out for that kind of stuff, right? Because that'll get you. That will get you. Vibe definitely there. Vibe status checked. But yeah, that's Ben, who SoundCloud is a mystery to all. So if you find him on SoundCloud, good for you, because he's hiding. All right, Eli with a new submissioner. EI, sorry, EI. My fault, bro. My fault, relax. Okay, but anyway, let's go. We're big enough. I'm hearing the Mr. Ridge sample. Alright, so that sounds very messy to me. So the first thing that okay, I'm pretty sure that's like some like anime song or whatever, another TikTok song, right? But it definitely isn't matching the key, so if you want to incorporate that, you know, check with a tuner, check the key of it, Google it, or play it on the piano, you know, and transpose it accordingly. This sounds super out of key. Also, drums are slapping super hard, especially this early in the track. And I think the automation on the thing is a bit excessive, right? If it was a bit more subtle, I think you could get away with having a bit more excessive. But as is, I'm feeling just kind of like disorienting. That definitely could have used a bit of transition into it, I think. sub sound like it's clipping, right? Not only because of the distortion on it, but also because it sounds like when the sub hits, other things in the mix are ducking, which is a symptom of probably like it's soft clipping too much or being limited too much, right? Or clipping too much. Yeah, it sounds like the sub's almost like side chaining, which I don't believe is intentional. Can be a cool effect, but just be mindful. Yeah. So here the clipping is very obvious. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on with the clipping. As well as, pretty sure it just straight up missed the rage sample. As well as you have a lot of things going on at once along with the vocal, right? When that plus all the clipping makes it very hard to tell what's going on. And it sounds like your different little melody things in the background here and there. We're just playing very different keys from what. Because like your sub here is like getting, but then it goes, you know, and drop again, which kind of is confusing. And if you're going to make a lot of weird changes like that, make sure it makes sense harmonically. Good old circle of fifths help with that. I like this drop. I mean, this build up though. Build up first. Like that filter at the beginning. Definitely could have used a bit of a pre-drop for that bit of extra tension and anticipation, right? Like the filtering though. Kind of serves as a pre-drop in a way. And more silenceness. Could definitely have a bit more kind of drum. Kicks kind of building up here, a bit of snare action, but the kicks or whatever aren't coming through very clear, which I think could add extra energy to that. This is cool though. I feel like it's a bit soon in the arrangement to switch it up like that. I'd rather have this loop twice and then you could bring in kind of the sauciness. Again, this kind of sparkly like thing in the background isn't quite matching the key to me. And again, I don't feel like it's, not again, but I don't feel like it's really adding much. I just want to hear the saucy basses, sample chop. This flow and sound design nasty for sure. I know that much. Again, all is subjective, so trust your own vision before listening to the song. Do Make sure your side chain is tight. Not like in some parts it's not super tight. This part's definitely going in. But with how different the second half of the drop is, I could see it maybe having a little break too, or like give listener a break, have a little mix out section, as well as, you know, all of the stuff I say in that freaking introduce more tension. Refresher for this part. Smashed it. I can't believe me that. Very close. Like the Godzilla type screech effect. Let's actually sample what's going on with it. So yeah, I like the variations you're having, but I feel like kind of repeated quite a bit there. I feel like in the context that it's kind of like a layer of the snare, I feel like that roar kind of gets a bit loud. I want to hear more of this nasty flow, you know, because this sounds nasty, but the real, I'm getting away from it. Along with the sound effect getting super loud here. Another thing, like generally your sound effect type stuff is sounding almost louder than your drop in a lot of parts, and you could see it on the waveform too. Like super clippy here and not so much here. You know, stuff like that. Also make sure you're dedicated sub, of course. But you know, you want the drop to have the most impact, so make sure you save a bit of that loudness for said drop. Make it really slap. And this intro is cool, creative, saucy, gets the job done. I feel like it'd definitely be shorter though, because it's almost like a minute long outro, which I feel like definitely has a nice progression from what I could tell, but I think it more or less fade out. Okay, never mind, because you have the I'm so fresh, you suck my nuts playing from someone's car outside type effect, so you get a pass. But yeah, and also it's a dick. I see, very clever. But yeah, my biggest quip with this is that the intro just seems very chaotic. I would just definitely get it under control. Make sure the clipping isn't too excessive, right? Make sure things are in key, and make sure the direction is super clear and not too disorienting, you know? Like really build up that expectation, get the track moving forward, build something you could follow to lead the listener through, and then build up that expectation and drop it on them. And in the drop, just make sure you clean stuff up. You know, that flow was nasty, but I felt like the roar was getting in the way a bit for me, you know, and stuff like that. If you feel, just describe yourself. Just did. But yeah, solid. Especially the dick at the end. Good job on that. Very proud of you. But yeah, give terror or EI actually. Follow with this tune. Terror. Thanks for the submish. New submitter. Great profile pic. Success. Definitely success on that one. But anyway, up next, Ubit with the Rebound demo, right? This isn't the full version. It's just the trial, which is okay. We can work with the trial. Our struggle keeping everything clean. I think the biggest thing would be just volumes. You know, I heard something sticking out much louder, and you know, I feel like you just layer a lot of things. You have a big brain with a lot of ideas, but sometimes you gotta compromise that in your arrangement. You know, you gotta choose what you really want the listener to hear versus what's more important versus what's less important, as well as sometimes some ideas just don't fit within the context of the song. Even though like your taste is immediately like, yeah, throw it in there. Sometimes for clarity's sake, you might have to sacrifice things. But you know, if there's a will, there's a way. Go crazy, right? Also, Ubit, literally the same related tracks every time. It kind of haunts me. Like I see this in my dreams, I think. See what I mean? Watch the clipping though. Clipping is #1 for cleanness. Like that'll save you a lot of hassle. Make sure just throw a utility on master. Turn everything down.
I went out for a midnight drive, holding my tears till they dry. Can't keep my eyes on the road. I let them fall.
Vocal could be a hair louder.
Don't you call me, baby? I know who you.
So hair louder, hair more kind of OTT-ness, multiband compression-ness. Sounds kind of in that.
I went out for a midnight drive, holding my tears till they
Heart on fire, heart on fire.
on the road. I let them fall. I'm letting go. Don't you call me, baby? I know who you did last night. You're not sorry, I'd apologize.
So watch that kind of mid-high range. Doesn't sound harsh, but it just sounds very present in that range. you know, so make sure to boost the good frequencies.
Story, kiss him goodnight.
Flipping effect. I like how you mess with the philosophy of the piano. I think you improved on that a bit from the last one.
Can't keep my eyes on the road. I let them fall, I'm letting go. Don't you call me, baby. I know who you did last night. You're not sorry, I'd apologize. Save the story, kiss him goodnight.
Okay. And also the vocal.
Save the story.
The flow on that vocal save this time really sounds kind of rushed. If you hear it, it kind of comes in kind of early.
Good night.
You know, one thing you could do with an Ableton, if you add a little, if you open the sample and double click here and there, you can stretch specific parts of the sample. Just imagine there's a sample here, and imagine I'm double clicking and a little marker and stretching it out. You know, if you want to correct times in that way, pretty easily within Ableton Stock. I like the processing on here. Cool effect and get the transition. But right away I'm noticing the drop sounds pretty clippy. And I think if you want a bit more impact and tension to this drop, you can have a pitch riser, a bit more riser, a bit of kicks riser, all the risers. Also, snare is borderline unhearable. You know, you really gotta listen for it. Wow, you really want to feel it, I would say. Sounds a bit limited and clippy for sure. That's the biggest clip. And the snare gotta be unlocked, gotta be much louder. Like those little fills. I feel like maybe to add more kind of tension development in the second half of the drop, you can like kind of layer chords with more high ends, right? From the notes. Probably the notes like add more high end voice. Have a bit more impacts here, I would say. Could be cool.
Step all night on your phone, rolling bad but not alone. He hurt you last time, broke your heart.
It sounds like it's both super quiet and kind of super short. It's like a sound of a $5 donation. You're a blessing. I'm happy. Charitable donation to me, but videos. But I was distracted by the burrito, right? So I apologize for that and the donation. But I like how you brought it back in this piano-y section. I feel like some kind of reverbiness on the piano could be cool, as well as I would like to maybe hear it a bit louder, at least for this part. With a nice low passing in. I feel like a reverbs could be cool. Because otherwise the brightness transition is kind of dramatic with a low pass to the fullness of it. And a reverse reverb layer with that brightness could transition. Sounds a bit clippy here as well, especially obvious in the kick. It's lots of volumes, lots of limiters. Another thing is, I feel like this like high pitch bunting, even though it's cool, I think it would be cooler if it was sitting a bit further back in the mix, a bit quieter. They want that mid vocal to be close. Switch up for the second drop. Survive. I would have liked to hear that kind of 4 on the floor bit kind of tease a bit more with like with 4 on the floor rhythm. You know, before the drop, even filter the kick in, sound straight percussion. Watch the frequencies on your sound, you know, definitely scoop some instruments, you know, so your vocal can sit, you know, and when you're arranging, make sure every instrument really has its own kind of range it's sitting in on the frequency spectrum, or else it's going to sound a bit crowded. It does sound a bit crowded here because that pad and that vocal, right, along with the ARP even, all sitting in kind of that mid-ish range. Switch up and love all those fills. I like the high layered vocal. I think another part could be another cool addition. Yeah. There you go. Look here a bit more. And the pad pretty fast. Solid. I really love. I'm pretty sure in the first one you didn't have. Basically had more or less the same drop, right? But you really killed it with the second drop. Absolutely textbook execution in the most creative way. Love the strings are running at the end as well. Could maybe echo or reverb out a bit more at the end. It could be cool, but yeah, as is, solid. Great outro. Great everything. Yeah. Second drop went really hard. Like fit the vibe, but really switch it up on them. Definitely tease that 4 on the floor kind of in that arrangement though, for sure. Biggest advice. Yeah, that was killer, man. Love what you did with it. Love it, love it, love it. Right? I'm like some guy, I'm an artiste. So is Joe. Anyway, up next, with Rest and the Professor, and all the homies showing up, right? So I think in a few tunes, cutting off submissions. So just gonna give a warning, cutting off submissions in a few tunes. Just giving a little warning. Thanks all Thanks. Okay. Anyway, did I open it? Did I open it? Okay. By Rest. Or, yeah. Rest by Chill, chill. Intro solid. This is fat. Drums are very fat. Love all those little fills and beautifulness. Little drum tees, little drum switcheroo. This is solid, this goes hard. Definitely jungly, fake PD vibe. No, this is killer. See, I'm not sure how you can incorporate it, but I would like to hear a bit more kind of variation in the second half, you know? When you have this kind of minimal subbiness, it's hard to say, oh, just switch up the sound design. But, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you can add a little melodic element. Add a little something, you know, halfway through to really develop it. One song, I don't even know the song. I think it's like Pattern by someone that kind of has this kind of vibe. Just really want that switch up to be obvious and apparent and interesting for the second half. Fortunately, I'm not pressed for ideas. Not in the brain. Need help. But nonetheless, I don't think it's 100% required because the main riff is already super strong. And same for the second half of the second drop. I wish I had more ideas after I switched up the drop, but it's definitely going to be kind of deep. So in the first place, it doesn't need a whole lot. But pretty crazy experiment. And I feel like a bit more could happen there. All I'll say, brain ain't working. Too deep, makes the brain not work right. I feel like to really add a sense of variation, you probably need to switch up that main bass line a bit, you know, rather than just kind of ornamenting it. You know, because as long as that same bass line is the same, it's more or less the same, but I'm down to hear it switch up a bit. You know, have the rhythm switch up, have some notes here and there switch up, some flows, you know. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it's a banger, but I can't think of what kind of variations I'd like to add for it. But, like I said, it really doesn't need any, and if it fits your vision, trust your own vision before you trust some rando dude on YouTube. And that's bar, okay? Write that down, put it on your wall, like white moms with live, laugh, love, right? Because that's what's good. That's what's going on. Watch the harsh frequencies. Swept through some ouchies there. Digging this PFP, as always. Some frequencies are ouchier than others, but just watch that. Don't really need that silence at the beginning either, so watch out for that. Like the spooky bass sound. Definitely knocking this up. Kick sounds very acousticy. A bit too acousticy. I would cut off the tail a bit and or swap out the kick. Not a huge fan of the snare either. Snare also sounds a bit too loud. I also use echo with the feedback up instead of delay to give it more of that dubbiness. You can also turn the delay times really low for that that dubby. Definitely has dubby vibes. Use the look up dub and Ableton presets for definitely about the I'd like to hear a bit more of that kind of riser effect with maybe a bit of a pre-drop as well, just to get a little bit of tension, just a little break where some dude says champion sound, you know. The sound design and flow definitely sick though. Definitely a dub plate vibes. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the noise. For sure, second half of the drop, halfway through the drop. For sure, very up to sound design. That's the go-to technique, and it gets the job done. That much is certain. Yeah, solid dub plate would definitely like a bit of variation on the sound design though halfway through, and a slightly, right? Okay, hope I didn't spit on you there. Slightly more tension and kind of sauce right before that drop hits. Yeah, thanks for the submission. It's been a minute since I've heard you submission on the stream, so I can see you in here. Banger logo once again, right? Something from today. No, you killed it for just today. Really been grinding, I can tell. Love the flow, love the sounds. And Wilson says, love the streams. Also, I was watching another producer channel, and he was going through top channels to watch. He mentioned your channel with high regards. Shout out to him. I forget what his. It's like Ableton something. It's maybe like Ableton tips and tricks, something. Yeah, but people were telling me he had a little YouTube short where he mentioned me, and yeah, I'm happy about that. We're gonna have a little collab in the future if I actually remember to get to him. Right? Because I should. Because that would be cool. We could reach more people as well as spread knowledge. Illy Brendan, Illy Professor. Big up. Huge ups. Follow the professor. Or get schooled. You're getting schooled either way, so you might as well give him a follow. Okay? But anyway, up next, Koala Habits with Sunny's Edge. These look like some cool guys. Koala Habits. Nice. Been a while since he finished the original track. Chatting to a good mate. Inspired. June tune. Okay, let's go. 1 month ago, June. Favorite type of sound? The one that sounds good. No, I'd be messing with those harmonic wubs for sure, but I don't know. I'm down for anything. This guy, Professor, thinks it's hot, so I already know. It's good. spooky vibes, right? Cool atmosphere, but it transitioned quite smoothly and beautifully into something with a bit more interest and tension. I want to look at the artwork. Let's know more. Love the auto pan on it. Oh, love that creaking. Shout out Christina. Dope. I don't know, that one's too scary for me. God damn. Wait, back it up a minute. Nice pre-drop with that percussion roll. Bass line absolutely fat, drum pattern fat. Love all the sound effects. Little melodies interwoven.
Are you scared?
Hot stuff. Hot stuff. Definitely dark and aggressive vibes. Really digging it. Yeah, I like the variations have on it as well. Ooh. See, not only do they switch it up melodically, there's rhythms driving it. Make it pristine. Like this transition out, plus the 10th section here. It's just hyped. Lovely sub rising. Great tension. Fat bass. Good pre-drop, good build. Bass is fat. Good variations, all that. Really solid track. Break. Classic. I feel like a bit more distortiness on this bass could be cool.
Are you scared?
Don't take my word for it. I just like the other sound design of the song much better than that Reese. Not much fatter and more interesting. Super subjective, but you know the deal. I just realized it, just like Palkia from Pokemon, in a very scary rendition. Too scary for me. Turn it off. Once again, solid. The variations are on point. They aren't too dramatic, but I don't think they need to be. Well, because they're already interesting enough, right? And what I was saying is that the original beat, that deepness, that vibe, that was saucy on its own. Good mix that section here. Yeah. Solid track, solid vibe, solid arrangement. Jesus, why did... Bro, chill. Literally, what did I do? He just, like, jumped and squealed. Yeah, Joe is off it. Literally, what did I do? Did the camera catch it? Jesus. You good, bro? He was scared of Sunny's edge. He gets scared easily. He's a little rat. But anyway, yeah. You killed that track. Koala Habits, looking forward to seeing what's cooking for you in the future. Alright. Alright. Alright, scrolling up. Okay. Exception. You gotta run back the stream and see what happened to Joe. Literally. Like, I've never seen him jump and squeal like that. Bro is off it. What scared him?
His shadow. I saw a ghost.
You saw a ghost? What? I swear you already submitted a track, and I swear I followed you because of that. Anyway, Genesis, let's go. I feel like the bass line doesn't outline a super solid chord progression. It's not just that, I feel like it kind of extends on too long. I would like to hear it loop a bit, or the chord progression be super easy to follow over 8 bars, right? It's not really feeling like, not a whole lot of 5-1 action, 1-4-5 variations, right? If you look up theory 1-4-5, you'll figure out what that means. But you know what I mean? Not a whole lot of that, which makes chord progression or bass line easy to follow and satisfying. Oh, for sure. Thanks for submitting. Really appreciate that, and welcome to the channel. Hope you gain the knowledge. Be sure to hang out in the Discord for more sauce. More the vibes. Also, I feel like this Reese could be a bit more low pass, right? Because I feel like, well, I just like how Reese's sound with a more low pass for one. But additionally, I like stuff. No, I think your bell could be a bit more clear in the mix if there are less mids in your Reese dead bass. Also, vocals a bit dry. And that little vocal fill is definitely too loud. But like the choir here, a bit dry to the point it just sounds like MIDI choir, you know, which is something, but I definitely comes off as a bit corny to me, and I would like to, you know, hear some finesse, do some finessing. Very wonky, he liked it. Hold up. I think you could definitely have your bass tees a bit slower, a bit low pass, a bit reverbed out, a bit earlier, right? Because I feel like even though you do have a bit of a teaser, right? Because it's not worked into your previous like A section, whatever arrangement intro, it still sounds kind of abrupt. That expectation always. sound's definitely fat and flow fat. Oh yes, this is our lovely donor. Thank you so much. Yeah, sounds fat. I would like to hear a bit more kind of switching up between your sounds rather than the layering, because the layering can get a bit messy. Also, always make sure to cut your lows and have a dedicated sub, right? Goes without saying. Come, yes. Yeah, because I think that'll make it a bit clearer and make it flow a bit cleaner as well. You know? And I think I would like that snare at least a bit harder, right? Because I feel like that boo, just that kind of 4 in the floor-esque beat is quite important to hearing that nice flow. You know the deal. Also feel free to vary up your main bass sound design as well. Bit of reverse reverb action for that fill could definitely be helpful. You could definitely work in a bit more of that vocal earlier too, so it's not nowhere. And if you want even more tension, more build up, you know, have more drums building, take out drums, you know, have them more tense, right? White noise risers, area risers, you know, as well as pitched risers, and just general things, pitching up and rhythmically speeding up. What you might even want like a bigger break before your melodics and your drops, since they're so contrasting, you know, in order to, you know, really add preparation and tension and just that bigness of the drop. I just think the flow's cleaner and sounds cleaner mix-wise when basses kind of switch off in a sense, rather than kind of overlapping so much. You know, a bit of overlapping is cool, but watch it. Definitely watch the low end. Can't tell too well on the headphones. You can definitely tell I would like the snare a bit louder though. Flow is definitely there. Would really like to see the main bass have a bit of sound design variation though. Yeah, I definitely feel like the bass line in the beginning is kind of weird. Just it isn't very easy to follow. You know, it definitely outlines a harmony, but I don't feel like the chords have great cadence together. Yeah. But I like the arrangement on it though. And I like your ambition and, you know, having it go beyond just a little loop. But, you know, be mindful. Be mindful, that's what that is, right? And yeah, thanks for the submission. Really dug it. Clearly popping off. Only 53 followers, but 1,000 people played it, so that algorithm must like that music, as it should. Because your sounds were fat, the flows were fat. Just get it all on lock. Look forward to what you have in store. Frymau. Too generic, but keep getting better. Banger feedback, bro. Frymau. Give him a follow. bridging. Let me run it back. Let me run it back. I feel like you could save this higher lead for some kind of development. I feel like you could maybe switch up this melody. You know, for the second half development. I feel like this transition is good, but I feel like you can bring out some more kind of elements here and there. Because one quip I have is I feel like that lead up top is kind of taking away from some of the fatness of kind of the respace. 12 views, bad time, bro. I mean, like, I get 12 viewers whenever I would stream. But, yeah, people come and go. It's definitely getting a bit late for most people, though, which happens. But I'm not pressed because people can view the VOD and see the feedback either way. People come and go. Nice tension. It sounds like this kind of war drum type thing is having a bit of clipping-ish towards the end. Also, would probably like to hear a bit different impact for the second half. Really just dig through samples, you know, because the same samples used twice. I don't know. Just feel like it could be more variants, more interesting. If you want more tension, you could for sure add more elements, kind of speeding up rhythmically, a pitch riser as well. Not expecting this. Would have liked to hear a bit more of this up-tempo kind of rhythm, please, in the beginning. Nice amen break. Yeah, this is nice. I definitely would have liked to hear a bit more kind of elements carrying over from the intro to the drop, you know, or at least just teasing some element to the drop, right? Because it sounds very different in terms of energy and even vibe, you know, because it sounds like a spooky Halloween Dracula type beat in the beginning, but then it gets like kind of like upbeat and heavy. Not sure if I like that synthy lead over that kind of squealy lead. I feel like that layer kind of doesn't really add a whole lot, and if anything, it has a bit of corny to me. This drop is nice for sure. Always could have a little bit more pre-drop, silence, bit more drop vocal. Drumdo sounding like they're kind of fighting for some space in the mix. I'll just bring them up a bit louder, I think. Like a little sound effect we have going on. I like how you kind of had that turnaround. Felt like that came in kind of quiet though. So I like the arrangement of it. Maybe so the A and kind of B sections of the drop have a bit more kind of carryover. include a bit of that squirrely lead. You know, I would just say have more elements carry over throughout so it sounds more cohesive and like developmental. You know, just so, yeah. Oh, crazy sounds there. Again, with the same kind of impact. For one, I'm not really a fan of this impact. I feel like it sounds kind of like hollow, kind of a weird way. I don't know. But also kind of hissy. But also, you know, use different impacts. It sounds cooler. I mean, not every listener will catch it, but I'm a picky little guy. Alright? Little guy, good little guy. And you could definitely have some kind of fills in the drop and maybe a bit more kind of calm response action. I mean, the fills kind of would basically do that for you, but, you know, watch out for that. And also, a lot of the times the mix sounds very much like a wall of sound, which is good in a way, but bad in other ways. You know, you definitely want to make sure you have one element that you really want to stick out on top, right? I hear that in some parts, but less in others. You know, pick one element you want to be the focus, and of course, make that stick out the most, and the rest, you know, not as much. And also, watch the mastering. You know, don't want too much kind of compression, both normal, as well single band and multi-band, you know, because that can kind of add that kind of effect. Oh, love that low pass with that reverb. Very cinematic type beat. Oh, that's cool. That you kind of incorporated those two sections into one kind of drop. One thing, I feel like your 808 has kind of too much, like kind of mid highs, right? In the way that it almost sounds like it's less deep because I'm hearing mostly the highs. So maybe a bit less kind of distortion, even though it's a bit more low passiness than that. I would watch the kick. I think the kick pattern is getting a bit complex at points when I feel like you definitely wanted to just highlight that bounce, 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 you know, really follow your melody and bass. So that tight groove. Okay, yeah. Outro got the job done, I would say. And I like how it just wasn't a straight repetition of the intro. You know, at least have a bit different melody, kind of synthy action going on. And the bass line gets the job done. I like the progression. I would love to hear more of that kind of reverby coolness there, because that was sick. Another thing is, I feel like that kind of bendy saw layer up top, I feel like kind of takes away from the fatness of the Reese, which is what I said before. But as well, I feel like that'd be solid as its own lead, you know, which can add more interest, right? Another thing is, it would be nice to really introduce some of your kind of motifs from the beginning, like the you know, from the very beginning, kind of set a motif, set a theme for the track that you'll develop on. Right, as well as you know, like tease this as well, you know, this kind of drop. I would like to hear some more variation on this kind of main melody as well, because I don't know, it's pretty interesting, but I feel like you could develop a bit more, like dan 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 dan. And also, I feel like it's kind of like an epic, grand kind of line on its own, but I think some other kind of melodies, counter melody stuff, could really help bring it out as well. You know, just more kind of contrasting stuff in that regard. A lot of feedback, some of it was more tangible than others, but nonetheless, really solid track sounds. Pretty professional to me. I think definitely a bit more attention to build could do good. Can you make a really subby 808? Yes. So you get a sine wave, and that's it. It's a subby 808. All right, Arsenal with malware / Rotom, right? And he's been sending me it, but I haven't listened to it yet because I'm the goober. I'm surprised I'm not following him too, because we've been chatting a bit. Funky sounds, liking that subdued kick. What? What? Okay, I feel like that's a copy pasta. Damn. Hold up, chill. Hold up, chill. Hoopla music. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy your rest. Get it? You know the vibes. This is actually insane, though. Just getting distracted by a little rat. I would like at least a bit more tension, just slightly more indication, expectation for the heat you're about to drop on us, right? And just a bit more kind of tension and feeling of progression moving forward, just overall on that part. Yeah, absolutely full of show. Yeah, that bass is insane. Clean waves. It's definitely an accurate description, bot. Thank you. Clean waves. Yeah. But one thing though, I like your little sound effects, but I feel like I'm really desiring some kind of like fatter mid-range type bass, I guess. You know, for that kind of call response, like you know, a bit something like that, something finessing, right? Because like I feel like the kind of sound effect type sounds doesn't quite give as much of that satisfaction, that conversation. You know, definitely has a conversation there, but I feel like we want two big guys talking, and the sound effects would be more in fill type things. I don't know. That's just what I'm used to hearing and what I like to hear. But yeah, I'm just a guy. Just your own vision. Your own vision is number one, right? Sending these for your friend. Couldn't get in the Discord, but yeah, give Arsenal a follow. That's about all I can say. I dig the bass. For sure, halfway through, you can also add a little variation to switch up the harmonic, do some craziness, and yeah, really love your first real collection. And yeah, you have the sauce. Looking forward to see where you take this. So no, it's about to be crazy. Busky beats right there. Professor lurking on all these submitters, as he should, as all of you should. Pac-Man. Alright, see what he did. Good beat. Not sure if I like the excessiveness of those sweeps. Jesus Christ. He's a legend. Alright, run it back, run it back, run it back. Could have liked at least a little bit of indication of what was about to go down in terms of tension, but subjective, right? And obviously this is freaking insane. The way you chopped the sample kind of played off the riffs. Drum groove insane. Drum mix down solid, all the basses sound full, level. That was kind of weird though. Like, one thing, that one bass definitely sounds fatter than the rest, as well as definitely way more stereo. Yeah, definitely if you're gonna have one bass stereo, more stereo than the others, be very mindful of what you're doing. In a way, the sound's slightly out of place with how stereo it is. I would like to hear all the basses around that stereo, honestly. That little sound effect, echoey bass, kind of loud. Not a fan of this, like the sweeps every part. And like I have that little horny synth. This is he. Release some tracks, you would kill it. See, look, I feel like this drop, I mean, I guess you could say generally, but especially this drop, like, I really like the flows and stuff you have. But I really want to hear a distinct call and response, you know, that'd make it easy to follow, and slappy, and nutty, and creamy, all those adjectives I love to throw around. Saucy. Sound design is definitely on point, and mixed down clean as ever. I just love how you flip the sample. Good way to transition it out as well. Nice wonky outro. Yeah, great outro. Cute song. Just definitely dial in that call and response action, you know, the conversation between basses. Because at times it gets kind of hard to follow. Especially in the second drop, I would say. You know, and it's hard to strike that balance between like craziness, like what is going on, versus like something you could follow, right? But I believe in you, and as is, it sounds already super solid to me. So I don't blame you on any front. It's all subjective. Trust your own vision, my slime. Macrodose world building. Okay, anyway, Brood X Massive. Two guys I know of with ingrained V4. Let's go. Give them a follow. First shot main bass needs work. Solid stuff. Lifting the vibes from the beginning. Digging the melody. I'd maybe like the sync on the melody be a bit cooler and echoier, but all the sound effects definitely makes up for the coolness factor. And it's kind of teasing as well. Would like that riser to start a hair sooner, right? And obviously, yeah, this is fat. So with the way you had the beat at the beginning, I wasn't sure what to expect, you know. I was expecting like a more dubby pattern. This is more kind of jungly or whatever. I like the layer on it. I feel like the layer is a bit loud compared to the main snare, and I think the main snare is kind of dull. Yeah, I definitely would have liked to hear that kind of rhythm teased a bit, at least with some percussions or something like that here. Just to build up an expectation. I like expectation, because if you don't create an expectation, how are you going to play with it? That's what it's all about. Sound design. I'm digging the calm response. See, I feel like it's kind of weird. It's like kind of like syncopated in a way, in the sense that I'm feeling like the bam, 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 bam would be like solid call, and then the bam, you know. The response, you know, but it comes in on this bass, which I'm feeling is more response bass. You know, I just find the flow a bit hard to follow. You feel me? I think the hats, as well as maybe some more percussion could use work to kind of dial in that flow as well. I like this teaser bass with that bass flutter, cool chops. Also, that response bass sounds super wide compared to the other basses. So watch for that stereo width. Break gets the job done. Ooh, this is what I'm talking about. I like this almond break to kind of tease the beat. Great for building tension. Chops are nice. I definitely have a bit more kind of riser or white noise and pitch. A bit more teasing of this shot. Definitely fat. Love that little bass on top.
You got the message.
Maybe switch up a bit of sound design for this kind of second half. As well as maybe add some LFO kind of flows to that main bass. Would be cool. Like those little fills.
You got the message.
Hear more craziness in the fills.
The message. You got The message.
Yeah, I think the kick could be way louder with a bit heavier low end as well. Drop in this, snare in this part could definitely be a bit louder. Yeah, and I feel like some hat or just top percussion in general could really dial in through more of that. I like how this is developing. Very cool. Very gnarly. Definitely would like to hear more variation on the second drop. Really solid start for a track though. Just really want to see it develop. The listener on a real journey. Plus maybe you can maybe have a little mix out section halfway through the message into more tension and build. Right? But yeah, that's the boy. Brew music. Killer stuff. Really digging the direction. Just dial it in per usual. I believe in you. I'm just certain. Yeah. Give him a follow. If you dig it, you should, because I do. Right, Macrodose with world building, solid cover art. Digging it. Hashtag dubstep. Hashtag trap. Why am I big? Get me out of here. Wait. Can you hear me? Okay, wait. I had this on the wrong mic the whole time. Okay, sorry, technical difficulty, we're back. Okay, let me make sure the loudness is good. Okay, this is about good. Okay, run it back. Okay, remove this. Cool sounds, funky sounds. Like how it's transitioning to this. Great use of the Bunting riser number 4 or whatever. On buntingmusic.com, 3-pack. I would like to see a bit more drum rising action plus a bit of a pre-drop. Definitely tease some basses as well. And I think this band type thing could for sure be left to the intro, right? Because you want those basses to have a lot of room to really fill it up. Maybe bring it back in through the drop though. Some more width and OTTs on this bass. Kick a bit louder, just a hair. See, this part goes hard. And I like this bass too, but I don't feel like it hits as fat. I understand it's a kind of different timbre, but I still think it use a bit of saturation, OTT, the old 1-2. Just a bit, just a hair. Another thing is, I felt that part was way more interesting than the bulk of your drop, right? And that's because, you know, it's kind of more unpredictable, you know, when it sustains for that long, rather than just like, you know, it's going to be one bar on one sound, one bar on another. You know, I hear a lot of dudes doing that, and I would like to see a bit more finesse, you know, a bit more quick call and response action, something a bit more unpredictable. Again, with the kind of pre-drop, You know, I think you want to make it very distinct, like, oh, this is the big crazy build up, and this is the big crazy drop. So make sure you have all your drum rhythms building up, you have all your rises building up, you have a big impact at the beginning of the drop, and you go crazy with it, because I think that's the goal. Same stuff applies, especially in the second drop. I'd like to hear a bit different flow. There you go. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Turning stuff into audio and, you know, flipping it around could be a cool way to mess with it. I feel like this part goes hard enough it could be its own drop. Especially that modulation. Sheesh. Hearing a bit of auto panning on that. Nice. Definitely have a slightly longer mix out section for the DJ homies that would love to play your track. Yeah, definitely cool vibes. You know, I think my biggest obstacle with it, I think the build-ups could go a bit heavier, you know, with my classic tips I always give to every guy ever. Yeah, alright. Am I gonna do the last few songs? Yeah. I do all the songs. Yeah. Just watch the arrangement, you know. I think you really want to catch people off guard with things. You want to have expectations and violate them. Not violate them, but whatever, that's a word for it. You know, subvert them is the word. Yeah. You know, and I think, like, just the old 1-2 can get repetitive. Hate to say the R word, but I think it can. Even though the sounds might be crazy. Another thing that can really help, I mean, obviously the call, the response, right, a bit cleaner in the 1-2, not in the 1-2, but in the 1-2, you know, like. But as well as some fills in there. I think I could definitely hear some more kind of fill action to, you know, bring it in, bring it out, give some direction, okay? You don't know if you'll make it. Lucky for you, the whole stream is up for viewing. Yeah, every stream gets recorded by YouTube and is uploaded to a live streams playlist where you can see every just every stream I've ever done, basically. So yeah, all right, you are here, Dylon. Okay, people gotta listen to Ivy Lab. Yeah, Ivy Lab's pretty good, for sure. Dylon, the alien invitations. Like the spooky vibe, but that Reese is coming on a bit corny. I'd like it processed a bit more. Reverb, chorus, something crazy. Spooky vibe, definitely transitioned to the build up nicely. You could have developed that intro a bit more if you really wanted, but this is solid. Would have loved to hear that siren tease a bit for the build. Yeah, really solid build, great tension. You definitely have a fill there rather than silence. Silence is cool, but fills can also be cool. Love the way you varied that, brought it down an octave. Bass is fat, drums are fat. Snare is aight, kicks real fat. So I don't know, I feel like a bit less hollow on the snare. It's good. It's subjective, trust your vision. I like how you bring in the spooky melody and sound effects near the end. transitioning out into this break nicely. And the bound down, it kind of fits nicely with that wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that. With the rhythm of that. See, you don't have to use a whole motif to kind of allude to it. Just that bound, bound kind of became its own character, this play of music. Definitely have a hard pre-drop vocal or something cool there, but this drop is hard as is, so yeah, really solid stuff. And I really like to hear some sick fills rather than just the silence. It might as well be worth a try. Could add some interesting kind of call and response action as well, which we always love to hear in our music. Felt like that second drop had a bit less variation than the first. I would just have a greater variation, like a math problem, like little squiggly, not the squiggly, like the sideways view with a line under it. That's the type of beat I'm talking about. Going out, guys. Thanks Koala Habits for tuning in. Remember, if you want to review the stream, link in the description for the whole live streams playlist. Still trying to find the right sounds. You could probably just more or less mess with the original kind of basses you have. I don't know. Harmonic, distorted type of basses always work well in fills for me. Like neuro type notch stuff as well. Yeah, just keep messing with that. You know, really imagine it in your head is my advice, and then see what you can get. You know, because imagination is key. It's beautiful. It's amazing. And that was Dylon. Alien Incantations. You definitely got a red type of vibe, which I respect. I almost didn't recognize you with the white background on your profile pic. Nah. Yeah, really solid track. Definitely professional arrangement. Mixed down sounds pretty clean. Just get those variations dialed in and that silence, you know, because, you know, silence is nice in a track, but just be very mindful of how you use it. Very. Okay, but up next, if this ever freaking loads, must be a forbidden track. Okay, there we go. Took a minute. It's okay. We learned patience during this stream as well. Right, one thing to note on this logo, it seems like these are stronger circles, which I guess is intentional, but, you know. See, I like this little intro in the beginning. Awesome, man. Thanks for sticking through the whole time. Really appreciate you. Keeping me company. Oh. Yo said. Yeah, that's what he said. So I like this melody and the sound design at the beginning, but I think the melody kind of, like around halfway through here, kind of loses a lot of the strength. You know, I was really liking the cadence of it, but I don't know, just not feeling it as much. I see what you're kind of going for, that kind of outlining that harmonic progression, right? But I feel like it kind of hits to band. Meanwhile, this has a nice interplay between like the high and the lows. This kind of gets stuck in the low end. You know what I mean? You feel? Yeah, and this part obviously goes very hard. Wow, that goes really hard actually. Jeez. Like that melody pluck layered with that 808 is so clean. Oh, like just listen to that. That's so fat. Yeah, love how you brought it into that beat. Those percussions are killer. Love that little push and pull with the drums. Cool, bringing in that hand pan type sound as well. Nice Caller melody. Like how the snare sounds, the kick and how it's sitting in the mix. I feel like it could be a hair louder though. Giving a bit of that stankier, trappy flair. One thing, I feel like you can have one section of just more tension, you know, to build it up to something grander. You know, something grander, something stankier, a bit more climactic. Even though this is nonetheless absolutely killer vibe, and the way you're developing it is excellent. Super clean mixed down as well. Yeah, for sure can transition this into a big payoff, satisfying drop-like moment. I'm not gonna say drop, don't say the D word. You know what I mean? I just feel like it could be a bit longer and just really have, I mean, if not a build-up drop, I don't want to say every song has to have a build-up drop, because it definitely doesn't. But I think songs really benefit from a tense section plus a big payoff. You know? Yeah, but you killed that. The harmonics in the bass plus that mallet layered is absolutely nutty. The drums are so clean. That whoa, that like, or whatever, the water droppy sound. I feel like it could be a bit reverbed, echoed out, a bit dry as well, sticking out a bit, and then loudness department. Yeah, that's all I can think for right now. But yeah, I really love the texture on that track, especially. Really cool stuff. Inspiring. About to steal your whole flow. Say Bunting original. Not featuring Hoopla because I stole it. That's in the parentheses. That's kind of funny. Some slightly older Tipper vibes. Yeah, I definitely feel a bit of that. That break beatiness, the acousticiness. But with that wonky sub. Wacky sub. Bringing that back. Alright, Shuji with the Amanita Mascaria with the Parmesan crumbles on it. Beautiful. Dust. In the hologram dungeon. Aren't we all? Sample's already coming off a bit corny-ish. Hashtag dumped. What is dumped? Ooh. The Big Crush bringing in the yo-yo. Yeah. Watch those subs and mids, hearing a bit of mud. Like how it's building up though, just doesn't sound super clean. Low passes can also definitely help with, just filters in general can help with transitioning these elements in smoothly and beautifully. I feel like you should definitely have, if not a little pre-drop, I mean just a bit more payoff for this kind of drop where the beat finally kicks in. Boo. Cat. I hear like a bit of a rhythm, right? But I feel like I'm really desiring a bit of that kick. And I feel like this bass can maybe be like an octave lower, which would also add to that payoff if you bring out that down that octave for the droppy type part. I dig that rhythm and the flow on it. Melodies, all that. Got me swaying. I feel like some filtering and just in your arrangement. I noticed a bit of tension building up, but even more, and I think filtering really helped with that. as well as those riser type of effects to really just transition it around, up and down through the town. Giving Joe a pet back here if you can see him. Another thing, don't be afraid to, well, not don't be afraid, just suggestion. Don't be afraid talking like the biblical angels or whatever. If you get that reference, right? But I think you can adapt that main riff, which is super solid, by the way, into like other synths. You know, like if you want the heavy dropper type section or heavy-ish, whatever vibe you're going for, right? You can have the harder, heavier, denser sound design, right? But for other parts, you can just like ding, 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 little plucks, little anything, you know. Be not afraid. You get the vibes. And not only, well, yeah, that would basically just add a lot of interest. A great way to develop your song. Yeah. And definitely watch the frequencies. I'm hearing the biggest problem area is probably around the mids. You know, make sure to cut some mids, or not cut them, just scoop some mids on some sounds. And just overall in the master, even you could scoop some mids to kind of clear up that muddiness, add some clarity in there. Less mids, more highs, always. Yeah, incorporate the melody more, and just transfer it between different sounds. You know, you can really make it evolve between different synths. And I would definitely have at least some type of solid kick at some point, you know, because people just want that kick. You know, you can't escape it. They're like, where's that beat? They're asking, where's that beat? And I quote, right? So give them the beat. But yeah. If you missed any little bits, I was saying stuff the whole time, of course. So you're able to watch the stream later and also just click back through the stream to see what I said previously. And overall, I would just switch up, I have the fancy word, the sonic palette a bit more, you know, because even though there's different stuff, it's still more or less just like sound effects overlaid with this kind of main riff and percussions, right? You know, switch up the percussions, switch up these sounds, have the arrangement be a bit less dense at some parts. It sounds super dense most of the time, you know, so don't be afraid to have it, be not afraid, have it a bit more sparse at certain points, just for that contrast. You know, kind of like the beginning. Yeah. Start again with the muddiness. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Because it's like, I'm feeling a big bit of tension coming up here, but there's not really a payoff section, unless it's like way up here. Yeah. The biggest payoff would be having a strong kick and snare pattern with a easy to follow riff, right? That's fat. Yeah, I'm just hearing a lot of tension build up. Also, if you're having a hard time fitting it in the mix, you can pan them different in stereo, right? And at least in headphones and surround sound listening systems, that'll give it more sense of clarity, right? Each section, it literally has its own space in a way. But on a festival system, that's not going to play through very well. It plays through more or less mono. So watch out for that. And I feel like all the sound effects are cool to build up, right? But if you start incorporating like more bass lines, especially when you start layering it with the bass line already existing, it gets way disoriented, which could be cool, but I think you could straight up use, I think, a better kick sample for one, but also just have it way louder. You know, just you could really bring up the decibels on it, I think, and you'll be fine. As well as the snare in general, as well as having a bit of sidechain. You know, maybe not sidechain through the whole thing, but yeah. And I would have a bit more, I guess, breaks in the arrangement, you know? Not so much full-on weirdness, even though I respect that absolute insanity that's occurring. Little Snake vibes in a way. Just how dense and crazy everything is. Quite admirable, honestly. But I would definitely make sure you have some sections that are less sparse to give it more contrast, as well as really nice payoff section with a strong beat and strong riffs, fat bass, if you're into that, you know. Doesn't have to be fat drop, right, but just some type of payoff, some satisfaction after all that tension was building up. You know, because this track is kind of like tension, tension, tension. Needs that release. Yeah, and definitely the other thing is, I think elements you really want the listener to be able to follow. You want things to be easy to follow, right? So you want to have the most important element, in your opinion, very up front in the mix, you know, have it the loudest, as well as, you know, maybe give a scoop in the EQ and other sounds, you know, be careful with that. It's mostly volume, but if you can't get the volume, which you should be able to if you stage it right, then you could work into the EQ and scoop some frequencies that are interfering with the frequencies on whatever you want to pop out. But long story short, bring down your sound effects, bring up your main elements, and I think you have a lot more coherent track that's easy to follow. Right, definitely admire all the craziness, but listeners got to follow something. I mean, unless you're going super experimental with it, trust your own vision. Right. So I could see this being a bit of a payoff section, but again, the drums aren't there in terms of loudness and the samples. But the other thing is, it's still very dense. I would like to hear maybe a bit more simple part. Just give the listener like, okay, but now we're in it. Sounds like old school Heyoka. Not familiar though, but sounds pretty enticing. Yeah. Outro gets the job done. Yeah, outro gets the job done. Yeah. Solid track, just definitely needs some dialing in the mix and just direction, right? Awesome, man. Yeah, glad you gained a lot from my little musings to your beat, right? But yeah, really dig that insanely psychedelic sound design. Definitely go far with stuff like that, right? In more ways than one. But yeah, just dial it in. You know what to do. I said it. You're able to review this stream. You're able to check it out on the live streams playlist below for that recording if you're trying to reference back. Andrellians, also not familiar. Gotta check him out. But Jake Rake. Is Jake Rake the human or the dog? Nice work, Ian. That was cool. I agree. Would like to hear maybe a bit of reverse reverb rather than just a kind of abrupt. For sure, man. I'd be grateful to have your support as well as drop some knowledge and guidance 101, man. Yeah, feel free to chill in the Discord and ask for more feedback from the homies and me alike. Happy to help you realize the visions. Our vocal, not familiar. Vocal could be a hair louder, like that boom boom, shiny, plucky melody. Yeah. This part of the vocals definitely sounds a bit off beat. I can hear this. I can hear the syncopation on here. Some parts sound a bit more rushed and slowed. Make sure it's on the bar lines for the most part. Doesn't sound too bad. I'm not really liking the cadence between staring to my, I'm over you. You know, I'm really would hear like over you. You know, something like that. You know, at least with your bass line, that's the kind of cadence I'm feeling. You're definitely able to melodyne it, or you know, just chop it out in Ableton and repitch it. I've done that plenty of times. Feel free to chop with the vocal, mess with it. That definitely coming a bit loud. You have that U as well. There we go again. So one thing to note, it's mostly in the right key, and it depends on what mode you're saying you're in, right? But I'm over you versus over you, you. You know, it's kind of that mixolydian versus whatever, normal, minor, right? But not mixolydian, Phrygian, right? Whatever. But you see, it almost sounds flat. Over you, right? In terms of what your song is kind of outlining, right? So you can really just chop that little over and move it up a half step, and that'll sound a bit more in key. If you're really picky like me, and if that's the kind of key you're going for versus the more dissonant kind of thing. But yeah, big ups on matching the vocal, because I hear a lot of tunes on here that are not quite matching the key, which irks me. Yeah, tuning it into audio can definitely help. Also, just watch the spectrum. You know, if you have span or Ableton spectrum. I like that, like siren. It sounds very synthesized, which is kind of cool. I would like that background vocal. I'm like Dracula. I'm a little vampire guy. No, I'm big though. But I would like that background vocal to be kind of washed out with like kind of echo, reverb, delay type things, right? Since it sounds pretty dry already, especially for being in the background. Yeah, just the A-U stuff sounds really kind of forced in there. I don't know about generally the arrangement, but definitely it's sounding a bit forced in there, a bit wedged in with how loud it is. Span goat, for sure. I would like to hear a bit more development, you know, because to kind of through this whole section, more or less have the same texture, same kind of beat. You know, at least like maybe for this section, switch up the chord, you know, different kind of bass line, different notes being hit. You know, switch up the harmony to kind of contrast it at the very least. If not, like adding more stuff. You already have a bit of the vocal, but I think that could be polished up a bit more, like I was saying. So that snare kind of drum riser. For one, I'd like to hear it. I'm not a fan of how the snare is building rhythmically. But also, I feel like the volume swell on it is kind of over dramatic. Solid pre-drop. Yeah. So one bass sounding very mono, the other sounding very wide to me, which is cool. But be mindful of that. I'd rather have them both be similarly wide. The other thing is, I'm not a fan of having that, you know, kind of the arpiness carry over from the intro, since that kind of takes away from a bit of the impact for me. Also, like, a lot of your basses are pretty much hitting the same note throughout, like whether it's your sub, your like 808 type, or your basses here. You know, switch up the notes. At least add a bit of pitch bending, you know, because, you know, unless the flow is outstandingly immense, right, which I don't think it is now, but if you want, you could add more rhythmic, add more LFO-iness, right, then I think changing the notes would definitely be the move.
And I'm over.
So you'd like to switch up, switching off the break, something a bit different, more development. Would I like to hear more stuff like this in this section? Yeah, if you're gonna make it 4 minutes, make it say a lot of new stuff. You know, always changing. Sounds kind of dense in that mid-range, so watch that. Could also maybe just be an octave up. Also just more kind of variations of this drop in the sound design. I hear the concept here, right, and the outro gets the job done, right, but I really feel like you need to have it just have more direction throughout, through filters, through effects, right, as well as just like more dramatic kind of textural changes, you know, if you're going to be stretching it out, you know, because even though this is like kind of a payoff section, and I get that, I feel like texturally, especially with all the saw stuff in the background, it ends up feeling kind of similar. Also, that this, like, kick could definitely be louder as well, a bit more side chainy maybe. I could, but like I like your groove in here, but in the drop I feel like that groove isn't as present. Definitely has a tense groove, but I feel like the whole thing is kind of a dancey vibe. Just the drum pattern's a bit intense. No, it's about that. All I can think to say. Digging where it's going, just want that direction dialed in. That's what I say every time, but I think it makes sense, okay? If I think it makes sense, I'll say it. But up next, Pod, who's been loyal to the whole stream. Shout out Pod with Pull Up. And of course, I gotta say it, give Jake Rake a follow, right? Because, well, killer track, man. Spooky sounds. Little variations coming in. The bar marks as they should. God damn. Crazy pre-drop. Flow insane. Bass sound design insane. Jesus Christ, bro. Might be my favorite of the night right here. That switch up. Jeez Louise. You know it's fire when Miue comes out of hiding to say, always gotta say some shit. No. And you kind of have a bit of an AABA section, bringing it back to that main riff. Bringing it smoothly out. The crazy tense, weird siren type noise. Bringing it right back into tension. Great drums. Man's got taste and finesse. Sounds like I'm not hearing the sub as much in those kind of like fluttery basses though, which I want to hear. But either way, this is freaking immense. This shit hella unique. Loads, slaps. I feel like your kick has slightly more low end. Snare's saucy though. Yeah, flow though, and I love the way you varied it. I love that sound design. His outro gets the job done for sure. Solid mix out. 10 out of 10. I would play this out. Yeah, really like. Sounds great to me, man. Good dub echo type beat at the end. Shaper box too. What are you doing with shaper box for the variation? Or there's two different statements. Yeah, but I really can't think of much critique. Like, you have, it's interesting from the beginning, not too generic. And great tension, great pre-drop, basses in the drop are full, drum slap in. Like how I transition out into solid tension here. It's all about that tension, and that flow. Make a whole bass line, then you add the time function, stick everything through granulator. I'm not familiar with shaper box. What does the time function do? Does it like stretch it or do something? Yeah, man. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, you fucking slew it. Yeah. Not sure what else to say. Like the track. Could have been 10 minutes long for all I care. Shortest 3 minutes of my life. That's how you know it's a hitter. If you're like, what? It was only 3 minutes. It's a repeater. It's like gross beat. Huh. Yeah, it sounds really clean to me. And yeah, feel free to take a little break from it if refresh your ears, right? But anyway, RTX, another loyal stream lurker, right? Cubic Cage RTX remix. I've heard Cubic. I know he's another YouTube guy, but haven't checked out a ton of his stuff. But this YouTube always got to stick together, like gross beat. I wrote that down. that back. To make it sound a bit less MIDI-y, I would stretch out the chords instead of bing. You make it bing, you know, little ARP type thing. And as well as get those velocities on lock, you know, add a bit of variation to the velocities and keep it on the lower side so it doesn't sound so bang, like banged, you know. Would like to hear a bit more kind of rising tensioniness right there. And for this one, that's reverse reverb type beats. Digging this glitchy robot type beat. Ooh, that vocaliness. That deep ass side chain. Kinda going hard. That clap might be a little too crispy. I think that crispness. At first glance, though, it kind of looks like just like a really ridiculously clipped click, but it's not.
Into the cage and become numb as shit.
Another thing, a lot of the time alright, sorry, bro. I know you wanted to hear the drop, okay? But I typically end up keeping my like top kind of build stuff like claps and hats or anything in the higher frequency. I end up keeping that faster than the kicks. It just makes sense to me a lot of the time. But you do you. I don't know, might make it cleaner. I already think it's pretty clean.
Into the cage and become numb
Good
as
pre-drop.
shit.
One thing though, you see, volume here much louder than the drop. Wow, most of the time you want the drop loudest. And yeah, color bass. Hearing definitely a bit of high-end harshness. Quite a few of your sounds, so watch out for that. This is pretty insane though. Jeez, this shit kind of clean. Drums clean too. Solid variations. That weird harmonic bass. Kind of nice. Good little fills, good kind of call and response action, good flows and variations. It makes sense to me. Nice to listen to. Definitely watch that high end with that dynamic EQ. Just decrease it a bit. Another thing is those transients can kind of come across a bit harsh. Maybe a bit of limiting could help. More pitch bending, more vibrato, maybe a bit of filtering as well as in the sleeves to give it that much more life. Yeah, I mean, SoundCloud meter isn't the best indicator, right? But yeah, just keep that in mind. Another thing, this snare is very just classic doofy dubstep, which is cool if you want, but I don't know. People might be tired of hearing it. Of course, I'm not people though. It never gets old. No, I would like to hear something a bit different, but subjective. It's not bad. It's really not bad. I would probably keep it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ooh, cool spaciness into this crazy ARP. Come on, bro. You gotta keep that ARP in. Like, you know? Get the sound design's bad as well as chord progression. Good fills. I like this bleepiness. It sounded really clean and boopy in the high ends for one. Also sounds beepy boopier when there's a shorter like release or just like time on it. Shorter hold, whatever. Nice. Yeah, cool outro as well. Really clean. I would love to hear that RF work into the drop. I thought that would have went hard. You know, that tease right into the satisfaction. Right? I think that begins to describe it. But yeah, follow Big Man RTX. I know I am, because that track impressed me. I'm satisfied. I'm not always a fan of the color bassiness, but you definitely nailed it for that. Pluto Panel a la Cuddy-Ohm. Oh, thanks, Smith. I think I will. That joke will never get old. Like the vibe for the pick.
Please tell me about the planets. Which one? Show me. What is that?
Watch the silence at the beginning.
Pluto planet.
Also, is this like...
Tell me about the planet.
kind of vibey.
Please tell me about the
It like the way it kind of opens though, it just sounds like a kid's show, which might be the vibe.
Which one?
Also, the other thing is, I think you're kind of warping the vocal, so it sounds kind of robotic-y. Meanwhile, you might want to not have it so warped, so it's just cleaner, more human. Peace out, man. Thanks for sticking through to watch your thing. But of course, you can rewatch it, link in the description for that playlist.
Tell me about the planet.
Like how it develops, vocoder's pretty cool. All those Foley's really crisp. I felt like the vocoder came in kind of a bit strong compared to the rest of the background elements, which I was enjoying, you know, but would have liked to hear them a bit more. And the reverb you have on it's very nice. That delay reverb. Really nice delay. Not sure if you recorded live instruments or sampled. Sounds clean though, for sure. Like that development. Not sure where you want it to go, but you know you could sure have it build up into something bigger. If you wanted tension. Nice pad, sounds clean. A little too clean. Not really hearing any sub bass whatsoever, which is cool, right, for this style of track, but you know, sometimes you can have it be a little impactful in moderation. Another thing is like the vocal sample doesn't quite sound clean at times. So yeah, watch the warping, make sure you get the cleanest source for the sample. And yeah. Solid stuff though. For show. Give Cuddy-Ohm a follow. If you dig the baby talking about and the mother talking about Pluto type beat. I wonder what they're saying. Don't speak that language, so I can't I'm no authority on that, okay? But hope they're saying good things about Pluto. Because if you talk shit about Pluto, we're gonna have problems, alright? Girk Switz looking very dashing in his professional type photo. And he's acting different apparently with the hashtag bass 2 hours ago. Alright, let's go. Let's see how different he's acting. That one, kind of harsh and some MIDI frequencies. Lock that with the EQ. Definitely. Fat. Run it back though. Run it back. So I would like to have a bit denser atmosphere. Just sounds kind of like a bunch of cool sounds, right? While I think a bit of echo, reverbiness, plus some actual like atmospheric samples, you know, like actual atmosphere type things, as well as pads in that way. And maybe I would definitely like to hear a bit of a melody. You could have maybe been teasing your drop type thing with the melody, and that could have went crazy. As well as I feel like that kind of downlifter cuts out pretty soon. As well as you could probably have a bit of reverse, maybe rising back up right into the drop. Sounds like a bit of clipping on your bass at times. Definitely deep vibes. I think that sub could be a bit louder. Right, I gave you the word, just crank that thing. That was a cool way to kind of bring it around. That harmonic-y wub definitely sounds a bit clippy. Watch the clipping. That kind of like auto-tunes, OTT'd vocal kind of came in out of nowhere. Maybe have a bit more kind of fade filtering effect on it, a bit of reverb echoiness on it as well. I think with how dubby it is, you could definitely have some dubbed out kind of snares, percussion stuff. You know, turn on the echo with high feedback. Definitely have a bit more kind of riser, pitch bending-y, rhythmic-iness for that build. Plus maybe a more distinct, just kind of an impact to the drop. Make sure you have a dedicated sub, because I'm hearing the sub much more on some sounds than others. Also, this bass sounds very dry to me. It almost sounds like it's hitting different volumes on each note. Maybe some kind of compression could help. I don't know what you're doing with your sound design. It might be weird, so it resonates better on certain frequencies, like a chord bass. Very possible. But watch out for that stuff. Felt like the drop kind of cut off pretty abruptly, though. I'll say that much. Yeah. Makes that section get the job done. Yeah, pretty solid track. Would have liked to hear a bit more kind of tension in the intro building up, as well as some more kind of melodics and maybe some type of like some type of rhythm or teaser bass teasing at your drop, you know. That also applies to the drop. I mentioned like you want to make it singable, so people are like, what's that song? Oh, it's the song that go wow 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 wow. You know, you want to have that iconic riff, not just to make it iconic, right? Because that can be kind of sellouty or sound sellouty, right? But because that's what gets people moving, people grooving. You want to give them something easy to follow that can be transposed. They're good variations, right? Make sure you make the main riff super clear on this. Add subtle variations. I dig all the stuff you have going on here. Super deep. But yeah, if you reference pro tracks, also that thing came out of nowhere. Kind of cool sound though. Yeah, you'll see they have quite a bit of repetition, more so than you would expect. Really sit down and listen. But yeah. Definitely not a fan of the snarey clap there. Not a fan of the reverb on it, nor the sample itself. Just watch that, mess with different reverb presets, settings, turn reverbs completely, and all that stuff. Really digging the sound design, make sure they're equally wide, pretty much equal in volume, and are having a lovely conversation that's easy to follow, right? But that's that, and that's that. Give the Gurkswitz a follow if you fuck with it. You know the deal, right? But yeah, that's about it. Yeah, no more submissions for tonight. Really thank you all who tuned in and hung out this whole time, if you're still awake, right? It's freaking 4 a.m. here. Jeez Louise. But yeah, thanks again. Thanks for your submission. Thanks for roasting the tracks with me and enjoying them. Or both at the same time. Because we've all been there. Yeah, bro. Big ups to all you brave souls submitting. Being primed for roasting. Being tenderized. Through anticipation, right? Should be a poet. Part-time. Of course, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for viewing. Of course, always, if you want fully actualize to the 5 people that are here, if you want to fully actualize your feedback or just want help, because you can definitely do it on your own. I believe in you, right? Book me for a lesson on my website below, buntingmusic.com. The deal, as well as cop some free samples or some paid sample packs if you want to support me directly, which is awesome, man. But nonetheless, you viewing helps me out more than enough. So yeah, I thank you all for that. And thank yourself for dedicating to learning, to improving, and your passion, and chasing the dream, because that's what we all doing out here. All my boys, all my flock homies gonna make it. But yeah, done being corny, done saying stuff. Thanks again, guys. Peace out. Night, yo. Oh yeah, and this will be on the channel. Yeah, for you to see. Link in the description for that playlist. Okay. Let me just change the setting. Okay, and we're done. Peace out. Much love.